All right, folks, good afternoon. It is time for another day of Spirit Hunter NG. So, let me off the music and on the game. And load. Because we're just about at the end of the second chapter. 1413, 1450. And what we've chosen to do is to get the achievements for Bad End. And then go in and get... What is it? The good ends afterwards, to destroy the spirit. Do a bad, get the achievement for doing a bad, and then reload and get the win. Now, unlike with Spirit Hunter Deathmark, I'm not going to go all the way as to see the death of the partners, because that's all the way in chapter. They put it all the way after everything else, so we gotta read the words. Let me see. What have we done so far here? So we've already got that. Hey, Hordian. Head pat, head pat, head pat. I forget exactly what all we have done, but let me see. What's in my pockets? You're at the gym. Is this your way of finally getting me back into the gym, Hordian? It's been a while, alright? Fennec and I used to go, we started going last summer. We went for several months, and then he had surgery, and he couldn't do gym because he was on surgery recovery. He couldn't, he had his muscles needed to repair, his skin needed to repair, so we haven't gone. We had an excuse. You know about Tadaru's age and Choir of Jiro. Okay, so we're basically at the end. Alright, so this is back to where Maruhashi said he would meet us. And we should have already unlocked this. In fact, unlocking that was yesterday. Wait, if unlocking that was yesterday, then did I miss anything else? Hold on, hold on, hold on. I gotta check the trash. What about the other one? Nothing interesting. Okay. So I think there's nothing else to do but to get the doll and then to get spooked. Man, Hordian, my incentive is weight going back up, and even if I'm back down to the 190s, I'm still super flabby. A lot of it has been too much snacking lately. I snack too much over several days, the weight's gonna go up. But I like making nice dinners for Fennec. And so kind of went a little bit all out yesterday for him, so that's more number go up. So I got a number go down on the caloric intake. But I could squeeze in some more push-ups. Nothing's stopping me from working out myself. And they call his phone, and the ring comes from the other side of the tower. And no head, but the pouch that we gave Kaneko yesterday is in there. And so is a headless teddy bear. Kaneko's little brother. Gotta do number go up on the dumbbells. I'm kind of upset that the gym that we were able to use was a Planet Fitness because I was both close to his work and kind of equidistant from both of our houses last year. But Planet Fitness is like the Starbucks of gyms, right? It has machines, but it's all very safe. So it didn't really have free weights, just those Smith machines that were kind of like barbells, but they were connected to the machine, so it couldn't drop too fast, but it also couldn't provide too much resistance either. So it's kind of like doing less workout for the same amount of workout. But they also had dumbbells, we were trying to do more of those. But of course, all the dumbbells would be taken up by everybody else. They didn't even have pull-up bars. What kind of gym doesn't have pull-up bars to just grab onto and start doing some bodyweight exercises? So we couldn't even do like deadlifts or squats too much because he tried doing a squat or a deadlift on a Smith machine and it's like doing it at an angle. So you want to go up down, but the machine wants to go up to the back. And instead of struggling, well, Hordian, you're at the gym for gym after all. Enjoy the workout. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. And then come the teeth. For my happily ever after. I do like that they have some way of repeating the markers growing bigger. You're going to die if you don't solve this mechanic. Instead of the mark getting bigger, it's you're growing teeth on your body, you nasty. Some parts have been snipped. Alright, let's go check around there. Check it out! I like how they're just casually accepting that Maruhashi would wear a fur head. Hold on. There's some screenshots I want to show Fennec from this game. This included in them. Where's my screenshots? There we go. And it's so nice that the wolf head is in trans colors too. Send that to Fennec. Okay. It's even got a collar on. So this is somebody's kinky fur head too. I really thought at first that this was censoring it, you know? Like, it doesn't want to show us the empty gaping neck wound. You know, maybe this is. Maybe they don't want to show a gaping neck wound, and so they put this in instead. But it's not censoring for our release. It's prettying it up in general. Because since when was Kaneko's MO to put toys, nails, and barbed wire in the neck hole? Kaneko-chan! We're gonna fight her. It's gotta be at the train station. Warning! 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 To the railroad crossing. Kubitaro seems to recoil from light. A lot of cars pass by here, and more importantly, the train comes by here. If we game over, we're gonna go all the way to the start of the sequence. What's obvious to me is a teddy bear is there. There's an intact teddy bear. Something's off? No, the lights are off. Bum ba da dun. Train voice to lure her over. She disappears and reappears to move. Very ghostly, but also a way of not having to animate her chasing after us. See, she's... I don't want to say she's not bad, because she does hurt animals and people. But she doesn't seem malicious. She's just asking to give the doll back to her, and she sounds pleasant doing it. She's simple-minded. She thinks that taking heads will restore her brother, and right now she's not threatening to kill us, she's just asking for her brother back. Can figure out a way out of this right here and now. What was Kubitaro's little brother? What did she wish of the great Kentucky so many times? I think it's a teddy bear. The teddy bear is a brand new object here. And we couldn't get it before. But it's a thing we could click on now. I think we need to restore her brother. An offering and a plushie. So, do I replace it with the headless plushie? Wants this headless plushie back. Lure her in with this. This is what you want. I'm putting it down right here. Headless plushie placed next to the offerings. She's also very poor-sighted. So she sees us putting the plushie next to the offerings. Maybe she'll see the plushie with the head first. And then grab that. A beat and then. With an angry cry, Kubitaro disappears. The plushie is gone. It's Ginea behind you, and there's a shadow right here. But the intact plushie is missing. What? No way! Right as I go to whirl around. A powerful impact strikes my neck. So that wasn't the right answer. The plushie did disappear, though. First death of the day. So I have to find the right sequence to get her that plushie. Okay, good. It doesn't start me over from way up top of the tower. I still gotta read through all this, though. Which is good time to check on internet stuff. Gotta go through all this. All this, go through all this. So much clicking I gotta do. Survival escape, scene 1. Given that it's only scene 1, I think I have to lead her up to the plushie. What else is there? There's this. Barrier was down before she showed up. Train will be here any moment. Could be Taro. It's pretty far, not impossible to throw from here. Warning bells going off. Dangerous to be on the wrong side of the barricade. And the offering. What if I place the manju with the offerings? Because she likes manju apparently. But right now she doesn't care about the manju. Cut through paper and other things pretty easily. And packing tape. So maybe a utility knife to cut the head off the bear. And then packing tape to fix it. That's a bear plushie. What are you planning to do with the utility knife? The little brother Kubitaro cherishes so much is probably the headless plushie. Yeah, I mean, they straight up told us her little brother was the stuffed bear she had. So it's not probably, it is. What did the original look like before it lost its head? Oh, I see. Use this bear head to grant Kubitaro's wish. I stab the knife into the bear's head and rip it off its neck. Leave it to me. I've always been good at the art since I was little. And the oop arts now? With careful use of the packaging tape. The packaging tape! Hazuki attaches the bear head to the plushie's neck. Alright, done. It's perfect. That's actually pretty good. It's as if the head we attached to the plushie had always been there, using tape. The rounded body and the rounded head with packaging tape. And it looks good as ever. These guys are miracle workers. Oh yeah, that looks great. Repaired plushie. We paid a big price for spending time on this. Looking where Hazuki points, their expression distorted in surprise. Kubitaro already stands on the other side of the crossing. There's no room for failure. Have to end it here prepared for it. Look death in the eye and trust my gut. So we could put it on the tracks. If we put it on the tracks, the light will still dispel her, but she will have her brother. So the question to me now is, do I put it on the tracks or give it to her? I say just give it to her. The little brother Kubitaro cherished must have looked like this repaired plushie. Then if I give this back to her... We will! We're giving him to you right now. I suck at a deep breath and yell, Kubitaro! Here's your little brother back! We're still throwing it onto the tracks. So giving it to her or putting it on the tracks, either way. She picks up the plushie and stares at it intently. She has it, she's picked it up. Aww, she has her Taro back. Kubitaro mutters quietly before she looks at me. I swear I see a gentle smile. And she's gone. She's gone before the train even hits her. She squeezes the plushie close and giggles as she fades away. Achievement? Kubitaro was smiling. It doesn't make me smile, though. There's no pleasing Kakuya, cause if you destroy her, the achievement is you made Kubitaro cry. I'm going to make you cry. We did it. We did it. To think those mouths are on me the entire time once happily ever after happens. The whispering voices are gone. I'll be able to live. For another night anyway. You defeated another spirit. You're really amazing, Purinsu. So, if she died, then we wouldn't have had her expert craftsmanship to fix the head. If she died, we could take Seiji with us. Is he good with arts and crafts? Maruhashi died, so he wouldn't have come with as our extra companion. Which makes you wonder, what would the alternative have been? Just Seiji by himself? It couldn't have been. Guinea. Amanome? Good. You're still alright. He's nearly gasping for breath. He must have run all the way here. Why are you here? To update you, obviously. I overheard the cops talking. They said the guys chasing the motorcycle gang are coming back to Kintoki soon. What? You came huffing and puffing just to tell us that? He has our cell phone numbers. He should have just called. What do you take me for? I did, but no one answered. Oh. I checked my phone and yep, several missed calls from Amanome. See Amanome. We were a little busy. We were fighting with Kubitaro earlier. Kubitaro? We catch him off on everything that's happened. And about Maruhashi's death. Amanome only listens silently. He's nearly biting through his lips though, trying to rein in his emotions. His voice trembles when he finally speaks. Idiot! I had a feeling this would happen. That's why I told him not to get involved. How do I even attempt to explain this to Pops and his family? Causing problems for me, even after dying. Damn it! Oops. Dropped my phone pretty hard there. Sorry, VOD viewers. It's not a stranger who died, but someone we know. That fact crushes us under its weight. What's that over there? Very observant. When I studied the place over by the crossing where Kubitaro disappeared, a large pool of blood remains. The murky surface reflects the streetlights faintly. Inside is a dirty, reversible, red and white cap. How did he know it's reversible? I saw a vision of Ami from the blood left behind by the Urashima woman. Doesn't hurt to try. Making my way closer to the pool of blood, I cautiously reach out and touch it. Reach out and touch it. Ami is sitting in a dark place. This is just like last time. I can't tell anything from this. More. I need more. Show me more! I sharpen my focus down to a needle point and concentrate. Open his third eye! It feels like a fog lifting, and suddenly the surroundings are clear. Is that a speaker next to her? Or a light bulb? The floor with gray tiles. A wall. A shower hose and nozzle. Oh, a shower hose is what that is. So she's in a shower somewhere. Are those my tiles? No, because I don't have a shower nozzle like that. Do I? I have a nozzle for the sink and bathtub, but it's probably also got a shower. Is this a bathroom? Kakuya? Even Ami's voice is clearer this time. Did you kidnap me so you could play with my big brother? Why does it have to be him? Kakuya, tell me. What's NG? In the beginning, he said that this is the start of his NG summer. I'm sure he meant it as no good summer, because that's what NG is, usually. But it means something else in-game then. I saw where Ami was. But why is she in a bathroom? She disappeared from mine, but... Is it related? I would have to say she's probably in a ghostly dimension version of my bathroom. Which possibly also keeps her from needing to be fed. Unless Kakuya is bringing food in for her. What's wrong, Purinsu? You're looking all over the place. She doesn't hear it. What do you mean? Can't you hear the flute? A flute? I don't hear anything like that, because they're not part of the game. Am I the only one who hears it? Well, let's bring them along then. I'm sure that Hazuki, at a minimum, would enjoy the possibility of maybe seeing Kakuya. You're right. Kakuya is only talking to you. Her voice echoes in my head. Kakuya thought of a fun game. Seiji or Karu? Which one's more important? Kakuya wants to know. What do you mean by that? Hey, answer me! Jeez, what's with the yelling all of a sudden? What's wrong? Again, what would have happened if I allowed someone to die by this point? I can't have this question if they're both alive, which makes me wonder, do I want to simply get the achievement for Destroyed Ghost, Purified Ghost? Or do I want to do an entirely second playthrough where people do die? Does the story change if I let people die? Is that rumble from, oh no, lightning. Who do I save? I glance up at the night sky. Weird. There's no sign of rain. The weather's so strange. I shudder as a chill runs down my spine. I have a really bad feeling. Move. Move right now. Huh? What's wrong, Ginia? Ginia? Run, hurry! Instinct makes my feet start running. A deafening sound splits the sky and all I can see is white. If it's based on the judging segments where I give happy, negative, neutral responses, Saiji has less positives than Kaoru has. What the hell just happened? I'm laid flat on the ground. With shaky arms, I get up and look at the other side of the crossing. No! They're both pinned down by burning branches. The tree by the road shattered into thousands of pieces. Some of the branches have caught fire, and the smoke makes me cough. But hey! We purified the ghost. So, if we purify the ghost, neither of our friends should die. If we destroy the ghost, I'm sure that one of them will. But we purified. We purified so everyone should live. That roar, followed by a flash earlier. Was that a lightning strike? Fatal choice, you're so stupid. You should have abandoned them both. I got an achievement already. Fatal choice. Sprawled out on the ground in front of me are Amanome and Hazuki. Amanome, Hazuki, you okay? No reply. At least I can tell their chests are moving. Looks like they're just knocked out. Who do I rush to first? Your decision here is crucial. The partner not chosen will never accompany you again. That's no fair. I purified the ghost. I choose. I have to choose. Childhood best friend who's a little bit evil, or the new idol who's good with ghosts and really wants to ride his hog. Sorry, bro. I grab her body so I can reach and shake her hard. Snap out of it, Hazuki. Okay, Prince. I hear you. Don't shake me so much. You're alright. Not exactly. My leg really hurts. I don't think I could walk. Oh, what about Amanome? Well, she's awake. Crawl away. We'll get him too. He'll just be hospitalized for a bit. Right, I'll check. Hey, Amanome! I shake him over and over, but he stays unconscious. Shit! Well, let's drag him out! Push the branch off of him! Purensu, can I ask you for a favor? What? Do you want an ambulance? No, I'll take care of that myself. After you leave. What do you mean? But that... What I want to ask you about is about what Amanome has got at his waist. You mean the gun? Yeah. If they find that at the hospital, Amanome will be arrested. So you should hold on to it for him, Purinsu. By choosing her, there's a possibility that he goes to the hospital, and we get his gun. I'm sure he'll forgive you for taking it. You two are best friends after all. Okay. Sorry for making you do something dangerous. I collect the modified gun from Amanome. We can't use it though because it needs a special triggering mechanism. Only Amanome knows how to use it, and I'm breaking so many laws if anyone learns I'm holding it. Better hide it as soon as I get home. That's a relief. Alright, get going, Purinsu. If the police come and find a gun on you, you'll end up arrested yourself. But what about Amanome? Don't worry, I'll explain everything. I can leave it to you? Of course, trust me. I may be an idol, but I'm also an actress. This is the perfect time to show my skill. Aw, man. We rescued the girlfriend that wants to ride his hog and loves ghosts, but she's going to accompany the evil twink. And so they're gonna Florence Nightingale this, and Mr. Steal Your Aunt is gonna become Steal My Girl. I'll call you later. I leave the rest to you, Hazuki. See you later, Ginia. Ginia. Cop sirens dodge my steps as I run at full speed to my apartment. My own breathing is loud in the deep silence you can only find at night. It feels like forever, but I finally reach my door. I'm strangely out of breath. Maybe it's because I've been on edge since the fight with Kubitaro. Amanome, Hazuki. I'm worried about them, but I'm sure Hazuki's managing somehow. I just have to have faith. When I get home, I try calling Amanome and Hazuki. No answer. Must not be a good time. But they both get to live. I purified. If I had destroyed the ghost, either the one I didn't go to first would have died by smoke inhalation or something, or maybe complications in the hospital, or on the way to. But the grudge would have went on. So it would have been specific, not just died of smoke inhalation. Like how Kaoru ends up puking up turtles to death. If we destroyed the Urashima woman. So someone would have lost their head. I'll try calling again tomorrow. Spirit file updated. Let's get the full skinny. Kubitaro must be Kaneko, daughter of landowner Oishi. Bear Plushie was trying to bring her little brother back to life. Maruhashi opened the well, was killed. Kentucky Cedar protection gone, multiple lightning strikes. Kakuya appeared, summon lightning. Is it a game or jealousy? What if this is a spooky harem game? Genya Purinsu he's super edgy, but he's kind of a catch in his own emo way. Seiji is the obvious boyfriend choice. Kaoru is the obvious girlfriend choice. And Kakuya wants in on this. I can only look at bed. I can't even look at the window. See, I also have a shower nozzle. I have a shower nozzle. I have tile and tile. So she could be in a phantom version of my bathroom. I can't look at anything. I can't even check my toilets. It's like, alright, Guinea, there's no more analyzing every object for you. Just going to bed and doing nothing else because I'm all alone this time. My friends are all gone. Can't help thinking about Maruhashi. I hadn't known him long, but the guy did have some good qualities. If nothing else, he had guts. Regret can't help me undo anything. I'm not all-powerful. The only thing I can do now for him is revenge. To put a hit out on this case. I don't get a wink of sleep that night. Game of Death, Amanome, Hazuki, finished. Monday, late again today. He'd need to hurry, but he'd say he was sorry. He'd have to hurry out to the bus. My head is full of fuzz the next morning. The sun is bright and shining, but all I could think about is Maruhashi's last moments. I should check on the situation in Kintoki, but I can't muster a shred of energy to get up. Staying up all night has left me exhausted. Can't say the shock is faded either. It's not the best idea, but I stay in bed until evening rolls around. The events of last night pop into my head over and over when I least expect it. I can't count how many times now. Someone I know fell victim as a result of going after spirits. Damn it. It's no question that this is all Kakuya's fault, but I'm the one who keeps dragging everyone into this mess. What could I have done? This is the result of work with Amanome and Hazuki, but if I don't tell anyone, I won't have any resources to help save Ami. Whatever I choose, someone dies. No neatly wrapped up comic book happy ending where everyone's saved here. Is that supposed to be, like, as a counter to Deathmark, where you can save everyone? But all you really cared about saving was your partners. Your partners stayed alive by keeping the ghost purified. The suicidal salaryman still dies. The police officer on patrol at H school still dies. You can't save them. When Ami disappeared, I decided to stop at nothing while going after Kakuya. But coming face to face with a person's death like this, my determination wavers. My heart is slowly being shredded to pieces from the horrible dilemma I find myself in. And then happy music during that. It's Hazuki. Oh, Prinsu. Sorry for troubling you yesterday. It's fine. You sound down. I kept thinking about Maru and couldn't go to sleep. Aw, same. It'd be amazing if this is all just some horrible dream, but the news this morning. They found a dead body at Kintoki Tower. Oh, right. How's your leg? Ah, the injury wasn't that bad. It should take me only a week to be 100%. So she won't be able to accompany us for this next one anyway then. Since there's a lot of running involved in these cases. But there's a different problem. Did something happen? The agency found out I'd been trespassing. They got me under tight security. I'm kinda stuck here. That sucks. I tried escaping 3 times and they caught me right away. I wanted to go after Kakuya for Ami and Maru's sake, but I don't think I can go out for a while. Sorry, Ginea. Don't worry about it. I'm glad. Thanks for your help. You've helped me out a lot already. Thanks. You finally understand the greatness of Momo Kuruse. Kuruse? Oh yeah. I did get Amanome safely admitted to the hospital. As he's a son of the Yakuza, I had a tough time trying to explain our relationship. How's he doing? He's got a handful of injuries, but nothing as severe as mine. So he's okay then. He'll still be alright. Which is great, but what do you mean by that? He won't wake up. Comatose is okay. Physically alright, but comatose is okay. He's alive. He hasn't regained consciousness. They say he's completely comatose. I forced an answer from the doctor, but he claims he should have woken up already. They don't know what caused it. How could this... Wait. Kakuya said something before the lightning strike. Which one's more important? Is this all her doing too? He'll be fine, right? Yeah. We solved the curse, and he'll wake up. Yeah. Damn, someone's coming. Okay, gonna hang up a sec. Don't do anything crazy. Get some rest. Hey, Gania. You're feeling responsible for Maru and Amanome, aren't you? Yeah. That's why you don't want the people around you to get involved anymore. Am I right? I figured as much. If you think that applies to me, you're mistaken. You must know I'm just using you for my own purposes, Purinsu. So you can use me too. It's an equal exchange, a give and take. That sounds really lewd, but in its own way, this is kind of like, I'm using you for my own purposes, you can use me too, equal exchange, give and take. It sounds wrong and off, but it does make it also sound like an equal partnership. And a good relationship is all about that equal balance. Hazuki, you don't carry the burden all on your own. Anyway, see you. The phone call cuts off abruptly. Hazuki. Saying her name out loud settles something in me. We met only a short while ago, and there's still a lot I don't know about her, but she's definitely someone I can trust and depend on. I've got to pull myself together. My chest beats my newfound resolve. Right when I get off the phone. Why am I suddenly so popular? I check the people. Oh, the officer. We do need more friends. One's in a coma, the other can't escape her talent agency. So, Oe? Oe and who else? Ban? We're going to exchange our teenage friends for grim adult friends? It's that detective, Oe. There you are. Sorry about coming by so late, Purinsu. She makes it sound like a date. Is this about Ami again? I already told you guys everything I know. That's not my reason for coming today. I'm here to ask about something else. There was a murder in Kentucky last night. The victim was one Mitsuru Maruhashi, a member of the Amanome family. You know anything about it? No. I don't have a TV and I don't read the paper. First I've heard of it. Why are you asking me? I've already confirmed that you're acquainted with the deceased through Amanome. You've also been wandering around Kentucky lately. There's no use trying to deny it. Weren't you the one who skipped out on questioning 2 days before the incident? Going by your face, I'm right. I suspected it was you from description, and it seems I hit the nail on the head. So, why are you snooping around Kentucky? Taking a walk, looking for the dog killer? Rather not say, is the in-character option. We'll go straight with her. She's not gonna believe us anyway. Huh. So you were interested in that. Mind if I ask why? I don't need to tell you. This is an invasion of my privacy. You're quite uncooperative, kid. Hey, I opened my door for you. That's plenty cooperative. Anyway, we're done here. I want to go to sleep. Fine. I'll take my leave for now. Oh, and for your information, I'm the only one who's connected you to that questioning. She's the only one connecting us to that questioning. So no one else really cares about us being in Kentucky, so we don't have to worry about that. I haven't submitted a report on it yet, so you won't be subject to other officers coming by. So, this is all just you going on a hunch and suspecting me. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not interested in you. The spiriting away of Ami, and the dog killings in Kentucky. Does she also suspect that there might be a spiritual angle? Is she, like Ban, open to the possibility of let's blame the yokai, it's all their fault, dun dun dun. You just happen to be involved in the cases I take an interest in. Anyway, see ya. Always footsteps fade away. That detective. For some reason, she's fixated on cases involving ghosts. There are some strange detectives out there lately. Maybe it's a relief at squeaking out of a sticky situation, but I'm suddenly sleepy-eepy. I could fall asleep on my feet right now. But I won't. I could search my house again. Seasoning bottles, how I missed you. My empty fridge. My stinky, stinky shoes. My toilet that I can keep looking at. Retrograde Tom would like this. He's got a little meme on his channel about the dramatic toilet. Check out my handsome face. And he doesn't even shave. He doesn't shave and he maintains his smoothness. Lucky him. Wait, there's a razor. Check out the window. Is Kaneko back? No Kaneko, she's gone now. I'm surprised they used the window so early. But we have other ghosts to haunt us. Maybe one would come from the toilet. Maybe one would come from the closet. Because they always follow me home. They've been very good about following me home. Collapsing on the bed, I shut my eyes. I can't just let this keep happening. It's time to take care of it so I can move on. Are we going after Kaguya already? There's no way we can. It's too soon. But given that this game is very reading heavy, I'm going to go ahead and take this BRB about an hour into stream. But it won't be too long. Just going to give my mouth and my reading a little bit of a rest. So, catch you folks in a little bit. Okay, good little break. Let's get back into the game then. Save. Upper left save, because I only get 4. Tuesday. Horace was so sad. He never had a guy that he could care for. And if he was late once more, he'd be out. I wake up feeling much better. Sleeping past noon probably helped. Guess anger and sadness fade with time. Apart from that, that was basically me today. Past 3-4 days. Fennec has been closing, so he and I have been up to like 2 a.m. He plays his Roblox, I hang out, and then I go to sleep, and 3 to 4 hours later, Onyx starts waking me up to feed him, so I've had barely any sleep for ages, and I mean, while it's hot out, so it's stuffy and hot, and I get no sleep. Oh, but finally woke up around noon today. Which is late. Now, granted, it's go to sleep, get woken up by Onyx, feed him, go back to sleep, then wake up at noon. But, actually got some sleep and it feels so good. The shock and disbelief are still there, though. Those have definitely not disappeared. I keep flashing back to the scene of death I'd seen, and my sight grows dim. Nothing happens today, and soon night falls. I still haven't heard the sound of Kakuya's flute. Until tonight. That should work. I take a breather after hiding Amanome's modified gun in the back of my closet. I'm just inviting problems if I carry it around. Only he could use it anyway. Besides, weapons aren't my thing. He's got these guns. Ah! Kakuya's got my phone! It's a number I don't recognize. Hello? I figured it was gonna be Ban or Oe, but Oe is more for showing up at my door, so it had to be Ban. It's now Masaban. I couldn't reach the Amanome boy, so I called you. He gave me your number. Come to Shinza Station right now. Same place as last time is fine, alright? I'm busy. Don't want to. What do you want? This probably doesn't matter. We're probably gonna sound anyway. Let's play to the character. He's gruff. I'm busy. He hangs up without answering. How do I manage to surround myself with all these self-centered guys? It'd be faster to get to Shinza Station if I take my bike like last time. So no matter what I say, we still go. The ride might improve my mood, too. Hey, Hordian. Yeah, self-centered. I mean... Ban very obviously has his own interests, right? Like, he just wants information. He's willing to strong-arm me to get it. He doesn't really care. And Seiji is so twisted that the entire world spirals around him. You're a heavy guy, you think you might have enough gravity to be self-centered. All I have is crickets. But I feel like there's a more appropriate sound effect for you. You're a heavy guy, you think you might have enough gravity to be self-centered? There. You get the badum tish. Welcome back from the gym, Hordian. Hope your workout sesh was good. Climbing on my bike, I head towards the station. All your arm training normally, well done. I know you were saying that after, like, was it a week off you had to do half measures to get back into it? Week and a half. Game of Death, Ban Rosé. We haven't met a Rosé yet. But there's another Game of Death. Maybe because it's late, but there aren't many people around the walkway. Looking around, I spot Ban smoking and staring at the night sky beyond the handrail. Blocking part of his bleh, bleh, bleh. Blocking part of his sky view is Moon Tower. You managed to do half the reps of one of the exercises, more weight than normal. Hordian. Very well done. All this talk, and I've got to at least get more push-ups in. Fennec wanted to start doing push-ups again, and so for like 2 nights in a row, I'd do like 25, he'd do 10. I gotta bully him back into it. Because there's no point starting if we're not gonna continue, right? And like, a few push-ups per night is the absolute minimum that we can do. Though I gotta say, he looks amazing still. Like, after we've been going to the gym, I managed to get him some very good definition on his shoulders and back especially. His whole neck, shoulder, back area. It's like, damn! And I live with the guy, so I see that view a lot. It's like, Imagine if I can bully him into keeping up with the workouts. Just, oh, damn. You finally made it. I was getting tired of waiting. What happened with Kubitaro of Kintoki? Did you break your curse? Yeah, we defeated Kubitaro, and as you can see, I managed to survive. But sounds like a lot went down. You promised to tell me anything you know, don't forget. I'll hear you out, so tell me. I explained to Ban what happened 2 days ago. Should both go back to the gym? I'm thinking of canceling my Planet Fitness subscription. Cause one, we haven't really gone all year since the surgery. And two, Planet Fitness kind of sucks as a gym. The apartment complex already has a tiny workout room. It's not a lot, but it comes with the apartment. It's got a few weights. It's got some treadmills. So, apart from working out at home doing push-ups and planks, which is plenty. Like, back in 2016 when I was dating a girl for the last time, I was like, oh my goodness, my girl is so cute. It's no fair that her boyfriend is pudgy 190, and threw myself super hard to push-ups and planks. Lost 30 pounds, dropped the shirt size, got some nice definition on me. So push-ups and planks is plenty, but we also have the in-apartment gym we could use. Bicep curls, the barbell, 26 pounds each. I think that's about where I got to the last time that we worked out at Planet Fitness. I kept the notebook with me, so I can keep track with what exercises we were doing, and how many weights and reps we were doing. And I think he was up to like 15 or so for the bicep curl. I was up to like 25 or so. You know, not a race, since I have a background in working out, and for him it was brand new basically, so he was a little behind. But that's fine, as long as we do the work. And like I said, it gave him some good definition. But I don't tell him about Maruhashi. Ban quietly listens as I talk. Every once in a while he jots down a note. I see. I'm impressed, honestly. The Yurashima woman and Kubitaro. An amateur like you took down 2 spirits. You might be more remarkable than I first thought. Ban appears to be appraising me. It makes my skin crawl. Your turn, old man. You said you'd investigate Kakuya. Find out anything. Bench press with 22 each side. That's also pretty good. Goal now to get to 44. Where's my notebook? If I could find my notebook, I can tell you exactly how much we were doing for the regular bench press and the guillotine bench press. But like I said, that was on Smith Machine, and Smith Machine comes with extra assist, so I don't really feel comfortable counting it. Like, I think I was up to 45 for the bench press. But that was 45 on a machine that basically holds the bar for you. So if you let go, it just goes... instead of slamming onto your chest. And so, it's an assisted bench press. If I took that same 45 and took it to a regular bench with no assistance, I bet I'd go from this to... you know? This is your summer 2026 project. That's a good name for it. Like, you never work out for today or tomorrow. You're basically working out for 6 months from now. That's why they say if you want that beach body for the summer, if you want that summer beach bod, you know, you don't start in spring, you don't start in summer, you don't even start January 1st. You start now. Wait. There's 2025 in the way. I forgot about 2025. Hey, that's a year head start. Man, I'm not even worried about getting slim. Looking at the charts for BMI, for my height, I would need to be like 120 pounds to be healthy. To be healthy under BMI. And I'm pretty sure if I'm 120 pounds, I'll be so skinny. I don't think I could do 120 pounds. Even right after basic training, where meals are restricted, and you're working out all the time, and even when you're not working out, you're doing so much physical activity. That brought me down to like 145 at most, right? Like, I settle around 160 and 170. And if I really, really want to get like Hugh Jackman focused, I could maybe do 140. But that's with Hugh Jackman focus. That's never going to happen. 120 and slim is just, nah. That's not going to happen, man. That's not going to happen. Sig Curtis from Full Metal Alchemist. Which one's Sig Curtis? I don't remember Sig. Wait. No. I was thinking, that's not the big buff guy, right? But that's Armstrong, with the Armstrong muscles that have been handed down for generations. The other buff guy. Buff, big, bit of a belly, a more natural physique. So thinking of Armstrong was the right idea, because that's what it's like. They look at each other. Their hands clasp. Their shirts fly off. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Sig Curtis is nowhere near ideal BMI. I'm sure the BMI be like, oh my goodness, man, how are you alive? But the man is muscle. The man is raw power. You got it all download, just gotta do it. If you got it, you might as well. I was gonna say, like, you don't even gotta download. There are so many good, totally legal options you could use these days. Oh yeah, that's right. I asked an acquaintance who's familiar with ghosts about it. And then we watched Brotherhood. Between you and me, I've always been a fan of the original anime more than Brotherhood. I don't mind that people like Brotherhood. People who like Brotherhood love that it's closer to the manga, right? They're not reading the manga! That doesn't matter to them! But as an anime, like, just taking the anime on its own, I do prefer the original. And I don't even dislike all the parts that deviate. Like where the original anime goes into original story territory that isn't in the manga, it's still good. It has its own story, but it tells it good, you know? Like, it's not like it's a bad adaptation. It's just a different adaptation. They're both great series. And whether it comes, whichever one you like is totally fine, because they're both quality. Asked an acquaintance who's familiar with ghosts about it, about Kakuya's game. Kakuya's game? A doll-like girl, calling herself Kakuya, appears and sucks people into her peculiar game. With no other details, people resorted to calling it Kakuya's game. You like both, but you skip half of Brotherhood, because the original... Yeah. That is one major thing about Brotherhood. Brotherhood assumes you guys have already seen the original anime. So we're gonna rush through all this. You know the story already. Let's get to the new stuff. And so for the first half especially, it is pretty rushed. The game is what you've gotten yourself mixed in right now. So you're saying there were other people who got mixed up in this game, not just me. Yeah. For whatever reason, Kakuya appears every 10 years. Is there a lunar cycle to this? Because Kaguya, Princess Kaguya, did come from the moon. Takes out the heavy atmosphere some episodes have, removes episodes that introduce minor characters. Yeah. The silly thing is, right, that people do fight about this. People lose friendships to exaggerate over whether the original anime or Brotherhood is better. Me, I'm going to be smug forever that the original author is like, yeah, I love the anime. The original anime is great. It's its own adaptation, so it doesn't have to follow my story exactly. It's its own story. It's good. If it's good enough for her, if the writer herself says it's great, then I could be smug and take that as approval. I'm still upset, though, that she's got another anime, right? About her life working on the farm, her dairy farm that her family worked on. Was it dairy? It was like also, yeah. Dairy, vegetables, the farm that she worked with her family on in Hokkaido. There's a second season out. But my anime piracy site doesn't have it. It had the first season, it doesn't have the second ongoing season. It's October 9th already. So at least one episode is out. I want more of the cow anime. Give me the cow anime. And every time, her body count of missing and dead is high, even restricted to only confirmed. Do the victims have anything in common? Age and gender doesn't seem to matter. However, it seems everyone receives a black postcard right before becoming involved. That postcard was outside my apartment. Let's play. So that was mine and Ami's invitation. Yeah, Ami was there at the same time, so I guess it does count for the both of us. From the look on your face, you know something. Yeah. Has anyone survived playing Kakuya's game? Nah. No one. Kakuya keeps playing until her opponent loses. There's no way to survive it. The loser's fate is always tragic. Missing, vegetative coma, insanity, death. No one returned to normal life completely okay. Missing and death sounds terminal. Missing could be they disappeared and ran away. Or it could mean that they survived. It could mean they survived and just disappeared from public life. Vegetative coma and insanity are both alive. This is 2.5 options where you get to live. A coma is surviving her game. Insanity is surviving her game. There is a chance for us. So blunt. No point in showing consideration to guys. What? You want me to be gentle with you? Super, super eager. Saiji's gone. Saiji's gone. So we're gonna upgrade from a twink to a daddy. Kinda feels like you're mocking me. But that's just my imagination, right? Oh. Almost forgot. Plus he's got cute glasses. Nobody with Nobody with silver-framed, round, black sunglasses can be bad. I'm pretty sure that everyone with silver-framed, round, black sunglasses are really good lovers. And excellent singers. And fantastic cooks. And smell good even when they don't shower. Oh, almost forgot. You free in the evening 2 nights from now, Prinsu. See, he's hitting on us. He's asking us out. My acquaintance is stopping by your mom's bar that night. Got it? Good. Hey, just hold up. Why the hell do I need to meet this person you know? Because he read the chapter title. He was waiting here on the bridge overlooking the moon building, and he saw, like, Game of Death, Ban/Rose, and he's like, fuck! Don't look so displeased. It's a young woman and her face isn't bad. Her personality, on the other hand. She knows a lot about ghost-related things. She's the one who told me about Kakuya's game. I'm sure you'll hear some interesting things from her. Sounds like she'll be a better source of info than you. Fine. I'll make sure I have time. Never short of a comeback, I see. By the way, Purinsu, got any money on you? A little, I guess. Sorry, but could you lend me some? I know the UG match paid you pretty well. Let's see. 10,000 yen will do. I'm good on paying you back next time. Shorthand, that's about $100, give or take. Extorting money from a high schooler at your age? Forget it, old man. No way I'm giving you money for no reason. I see. Guess I'll just give you one then. Information and a referral fee. 10,000 yen. Think that's pretty reasonable. Though I'm willing to drop it to 5,000. That's a steal. Man. I just want to get rid of him at this point. So I give him his 5,000 yen. He's gonna be helping me from here on out. So I'd say that's not that bad of a deal, considering. Heh. Thanks. Good luck when you meet her. Waving his hand, Ban walks down the stairs. And directly into a pachinko parlor open late. He's got an appetite for gambling. What a bum. Motorcycle noises. I climb on my bike and drive full throttle down the expressway. The roads are empty at midnight. At home, I devour the hamburger meal I bought on my way back. This has become my staple diet. Man, he's gonna run out of money so quickly, and he's not gonna maintain his boxer physique at this rate. I can't find the desire or energy to cook for myself while all this is going on. When I'm full, I decide to go to bed. Check the window. Even though we've already had the window scare, I still want to check it. What they should do is put like a random ghostly scare here. Because on the settings, we do have it where we're on scary mode. But scary mode hasn't been so scary. There's been like 2, maybe 3 ghostly apparitions. That's all scary mode does. That journalist guy, Ban, suddenly comes to mind. He's got an uncanny knack for getting info on spirits, but man, he is definitely shady. Save game. It's been too long without a Kakuya game. Give it to us. It's already Thursday. 2 days have passed since the night I met with Ban. Tonight I'm supposed to meet with the ghost expert lady. I decide to get to the Black Rabbit ahead of schedule. This means it's been so many days since the last Kakuya game. She hasn't come up with anything new for us. I duck into the underpass. Loot time, underpass, chilly breeze. I feel tension in the air again. There she is. A familiar melody echoes down the alley. Good evening, mister. Suddenly, Kakuya appears before me. The air freezes with suspense. I struggle for breath. You're amazing, mister. You beat Kubitaro of Kentucky. I didn't beat anything. Because of you, Maruhashi is. And that lightning strike, was that because of you too? That was so fun. Didn't it get your heart pounding? Amanome's in a coma. Don't tell me that you... Yeah. It's boring if no one disappears. Don't you think it's more fun like that? Damn it! Are you annoyed? Do you want to quit? But mister, you have to play with Kakuya. We'll play forever and ever. I'm stuck. Completely helpless. I realize I've been biting my lip. The foul taste of iron spreads through my mouth. I thought of the next game already. It's the Screaming Author game. If you don't play, you'll disappear too. And Ami will never come back. I'm surprised Ami isn't dead. Because if her intent is we'll play forever and ever until I lose, then she doesn't really need Ami anymore. She's already got me by the screws, and I'm either going to accept my own death or keep playing to delay it. Ami. What is NG? Hey, Kakuya, what's NG? I heard Ami mention in my vision. That struck a nerve. She's vanished instantly. A wind blows and Kakuya suddenly vanishes. Where the hell did she go? I carefully look around my surroundings, checking the shadows around the pillars and shutters, but Kakuya is nowhere to be found. Oh, right in my face! I think she's angry. NG. Me and Daddy's secret. If you learn the secret, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Me and Daddy's secret. There was someone beyond Kakuya. And this really did strike a nerve with her. Kakuya vanishes again. We prefer the spirits in XXX Holic. Wait a minute. X's are normally silent in titles, like Spy Family, Hunter x Hunter, Kiss Sis. Would this mean the title of XXX Holic is really Holic? Clamp is a name I haven't heard of in forever. Growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, I've definitely had girlfriends who were way into Clamp Works. What are they doing these days? That's like the all-women author group, right? Clamp manga artists. Anything these days. 2010 to present on Wikipedia. Tsubasa ended October 2009. XXX Holic early 2011. Collaborated in Blood the Last Vampire spin-off anime Blood C. Responsible for designing the characters providing the story. Okawa wrote the scripts, was series supervisor. Junichi Fujisaku for both anime and sequels. Sequel movie. Blood Sea Last Dark. Legal drug restored serialization. New XXX Holic manga. XXX Holic Ray. In 2013. Provided character design for Studio Dean's anime adaptation of Kabukibu, which aired in April 2017. Card Captor Sakura Clear Cards Serialization 2016. October 19, 2020. Links to YouTube video do this start on October 25th, 2020. Yada yada yada. October 25th, 2020. Trailer release for new anime adaptation Tokyo Babylon. New series Tokyo Babylon 2021. January 2021. New series in Card Fight Vanguard franchise begins in April 2021. Featured character designs by Clamp. June 2021. Clamp to collaborate on Netflix, produce an original anime series based on Grimm's fairy tales with Wit Studio handling animation. March 2024. Grimm Variations revealed. Netflix exclusive in April. So I guess these days they're more providing like character art and such for other things. Huh. Kind of like how Sarbacon, that game developer studio that I loved back in the OOs, quit making games for themselves and just became one of those many studios that make parts of games for everybody else. Ghibli at least still makes their own stuff. At least, even if they like do a lot of collab work with other people, providing art or character designs. Looking at this, it looks like Clamp hasn't had an original manga for a while then. Which I get it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're getting on in years, right? So they can't exactly put full focus on new books all the time, all the when. I feel like I've been stabbed in the heart. That burning hatred she was aiming at me. She's never acted like that before. NG. That might be the key to figuring out what Kakuya's deal is. Well, be careful, buddy. Don't forget that she's always watching. You do recommend I watch XXX Holic if I haven't? I'll have to add it to the list. This anime season is pretty sparse for me. ReZero is out, which is amazing. And beyond that, a lot of other animes I was keeping track of finished last season, so it's pretty sparse for me. I think it's ReZero, and that's basically it. I've gone from keeping up with so many things across the spring and summer, and they're all dead! Spirit File Screaming Author. We don't know anything about it, though. Screaming Author's next spirit. If I defeat this one, the next game will still start. Keyword is NG. Ami mentioned it. This is more details on Kakuya than the Screaming Author that we know nothing of. When I get back to the Black Rabbit, the lights are already on. Is that Natsumi inside? You're late. I'd gotten tired of waiting. A woman is sitting at the bar, nursing a drink. Slowly, she stands up. I've never seen her before. It seems like she has a certain glamour to her. If I had to describe the appearance, There's no sign of Aunt Natsumi. This lady must have snuck in somehow, but she can't be. I was bored out of my mind, so I helped myself to a drink. Relax, relax, I'll pay for it. I might not kowtow to society's norms, but I draw the line at stealing top-shelf alcohol. That he should drop by the bar more often. This place is pretty much dead. I'm sure Aunt Natsumi would love a regular customer. Huh. I figured you'd be way more shocked. You've got some backbone and a cool head on your shoulders. You deserve a prize. Ban said you had nerves of steel. Seems like he had your type nailed down. If you know Ban, then that means you're some kind of ghost expert lady? That plebeian has no talent for delivering a proper introduction, does he? C'est la vie. I suppose I shall have to do the honors myself then. Mulan Rose. Just call you Rose. Rose? Mulan? What kind of name is that? Not my real name, obviously. It's just my stage name. Though I may not look the part because I do not use a silk hat or baton. I'm a magician. We've gone from an occult-centric idol to a lock-picking magician. Why does a magician know so much about ghosts? Well boy, you know how I make my assistants disappear? Isn't that more a monk or fortune-teller's alley? You know, spiritual people. Let's just say my personal circumstances did not dictate my profession. Rosé Mulan? Moulin Rouge? Oh my goodness, Hordian, I think that might be it. I think that might actually be the connection in her name. Especially since while the name written goes by the Western convention of Rosé Mulan, in the voice acting, she did put last name first. So Moulin Rose is what she said. So Moulin Rose definitely does sound like a direct reference to Moulin Rouge. You would think I would have caught the connection because I do enjoy Elton John. More precisely, a lady who was a supernatural savant chose to become a magician on the side. So you're just interested in the supernatural, like a certain famous occult idol. No, I wouldn't say that. My interest is a little more serious. And if we get to know each other better, maybe I'll even tell you all about it. Rosé narrows her eyes and smiles at me ominously. Suddenly, a sickly sweet scent hits my nose. The voice acting did sound more like Moulin Rouge in the voice, right? So maybe Rosé Mulan is a localization choice to not make it so direct. Like they're, fuck, we can't get sued over this. Let's just tweak it a little bit. Suddenly, sickly sweet scent. Oh dear, are you put off by rose perfume? He did say sickly sweet, right? It's okay. So you like this, do you? Now then, shall we get down to business? To defeat the hums. Ban told me about what you've been through. I'm sure you have plenty of questions. I'll answer your inquiries as best I can. So what would you like to know about? Spirits, Kakuya, NG. If I asked about NG right now, what if that gets me killed? Perfume is to be discovered, not to be announced. I kind of believe that. Because it's kind of like with body spray, right? I don't know how international the meme is, but it was a very true stereotype about teenage boys and Axe body sprays. Just sometimes in lieu of showers, sometimes just way overusing it. So if you're a teacher in a classroom with teenage boys, you're like, because they're just overusing it and suffocating. But when I was in college, right, and the lady folk, college was pretty eye-opening. Because not only did I get to enjoy how much of modern fashion truly exposes the buttocks. I don't just mean short shorts that are hiked halfway up the ass so you can see everything, but like distressed torn pants with holes in all the right places. But the perfume too, walking down the hallway and you just get a lingering something that trails behind someone that passes by. It gives you a really good appreciation for when someone does perfume right. It's like you're not smelling the person. It's not like someone goes in the room and you're like, that's Hordian's smell. It's Hordian passes by and there's a memory of him. There's a pleasant sensation to Hordian being there. That's kind of perfume done well. What if this game actually has multiple paths? Me asking about different things gives me different answers. So far it didn't matter. Like if I chose the correct thing of what to do now, it's like, yeah, that's right, let's do that. If I chose the wrong thing, it's like, what if you look at this instead? Not even passing by, you go to hug the person or compliment them. You notice a perfume. Right? Slightest detail that builds up. It's a hook. It's a hook that grabs at you, and you're like the hug, right? You go in for a hug, and that's already nice. You go in for the hug, and you catch the whiff, and it's just like, it's a hook that pulls you closer in. Less is more in that regard, it is true. I kinda do like when it's noticeable, but if you get it subtle is really nice. It's tantalizing. It's like the difference between fully nude and wearing underwear. You would think fully nude is better. Like, not even... I mean, you could say between fully nude and a slip of the shoulder, right? But even if I just go as far as fully nude in underwear, you would think fully nude is the ideal. But, I mean, in either scenario, the idea is less is more. And it's something extra that hooks you in, some extra nice little thing. Let's ask about new NG. Doesn't know NG. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Apparently it's a big deal to Kakuya. Kakuya she knows though. So regardless, it hooks us back to Kakuya. Is it now? I regret that I can't give you the answer you want, but I haven't the faintest idea, sorry. Anything else? We have multiple options, Kakuya then. Ban told me about Kakuya's game. The Kakuya doll forces humans she likes to play games with her. So it's not just me. Other people have been dragged into this. Did they all have to do the stuff I'm doing? No. Apparently the type of game is dependent on the target. It could be a game of marbles, cat's cradles, or even hide and seek. Man, that sounds like a cakewalk. Yes, I guess a kid like you would say that you're playing on nightmare mode. She must really like you. Difficulty settings aside, she speaks in video game terms. The only things that await in the end is despair. Because Kakuya keeps playing until her opponent loses. Anything else? Spirits. Spirits are manifestations of the souls of the departed who bear strong grudges. To banish a spirit from this world, you must learn about its past. And so we must learn about Kakuya's past. We know she has a daddy, and she doesn't want us to know about NG. Yeah, I picked up on that part already. Are there any other tricks that could help? Like using talismans or scattering salt? Oh, child, you read far too many comics. But that sort of advice was what Kaoru was giving us. Is she saying Kaoru was wrong about those? Kaoru did give us 2 charms that only could have gotten us killed. Newgrounds? I don't know. It was 1999. Wasn't Newgrounds... When did Newgrounds start? I feel like maybe it's too early for Newgrounds. But this takes place in August of 1999. July 1995? Really? What were they even doing in 1995? Like around 2000 or so. There was Flash and everything. (1991), age of 13, Tom Fulton launched Neo Geo fanzine called Newground with 100 members approximately. Launched a website called Newground Remix in 1995. New popularity in 1996 with the BBS game Club of Seal and Assassin. And then Club of Seal 2 and Assassin 2. Separate hosting site called Newground Atomics. 1999 release of Pico School Flash browser game. Pico School I knew, so like 1999 I could understand. So like 1999 when Flash is being used to make games and things, I get. But I don't think Flash was around in 1995. I was like, what the heck is this? Some more basic BBS games and a forum, basically. Huh. Maybe Kakuya was involved with the original Neo Geo magazine, Newground. If I had one piece of advice to give, I'd say the most important thing we try to emphasize with the spirit. It may seem like a monster now, but it was once human. Like most humans with a grudge, are typically lonely and desperate to be understood. This is a bit late to ghosts in, where we've already properly purified them, but I guess for a first-time player, especially a first-time player that might not have played Deathmark, to find out, oh, I killed the last 2 ghosts and my friends died, I'm supposed to think of the ghosts as people. A lot of desire comes not from the thing itself, but what is behind it. Imagination of possibilities, some perversion, so clothes that reveal a little instead of a lot tend to register as sexier. I think, Hordian, that is a much more succinct and eloquent way of my stumbling about, like, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean? That's exactly it. I don't get it. Simply put, there's no easy way to do it. And then here comes Ban. Sorry I'm late, Prudensu. Good work playing Q&A roles. Drat, you actually showed up. Alone time with this cute boy was a much more appealing proposition. And I was just thinking about giving him an intense private lecture too. What a pity. By the way, Prudensu, thanks for last night. I found a slot with a nice little bonus game and fed it the money you gave me. Had my first jackpot in a long time, it was great. I mean, I lost it all the next day, but hey, gambling's all about the thrill, right? When you go out to the pub after a few drinks, you walk along the main commerce street of where you live. Go to a little cheap coffee shop that is also the court of a nightclub. Usually a big line of people. And so you get to appreciate the different styles and trends. Ban, are you telling me that you extorted money from a high schooler to feed your gambling addiction? Whoa, they're extortion me? I did nothing of the sort. Quit assassinating my character. I just collected my fee for the work I did. I only charged him half the price because he's a kid. One of those nights you went there, while you're waiting for your coffee, this lady walks through the coffee shop bathroom. Is this gonna be like a full glamour thing, Hordian? where an angel came in the night. That's pretty much charity coming from me. Pretty much wearing a bra and a skirt. You met my classmates! Someone should have taught you this earlier, but a truly charitable adult would have never broached the subject of money to a kid. By the way, you better not have squandered the funds I gave you for the investigation too. Have you discovered anything at all about Yakumo Miroku? Rome wasn't built in a day. I literally just started looking into it yesterday. That's a yeah, he squandered it. It registers as unclassy as best. I don't know. Like, it is easy for me to say, like, oh yeah, they're just walking around in a bra, how unclassy. But like I said, college fashion has opened my eyes to quite a few things. I'm sure that people can pull it off. I'm still in the pre-information gathering phase. I just canvassed the neighborhood so far. But I heard some wild rumors I bet you'd like. People have been hearing screaming coming from the children's author Yakumi Miroku's mansion. What a coincidence! The screaming author! Screaming from the house of a children's author. It can't be. Furensu, what's that look for? Hey, old man. Could you tell me more about the rumor? No sweat, kiddo. It's part of my report to Ross anyway. There are odd rumors about the Miroku residence. They say... Hey, have you heard about the Miroku residence? You know, that old mansion where Yakumo Miroku, the children's author, lives all alone. Screaming author rumor that the games where the screaming author begins achievement. You know, I was looking at the achievements list, and there's a lot more than I would expect for 5 or 6 ghosts, but I forgotten that the first achievement is always the chapter starts, which feels like a nothingness achievement and just bloats the achievement list, but I do like how they use the achievements to kind of have Kakuya communicate with you. The chapter starts and you hear a rumor, and the achievement pops up in the corner. Kakuya like, let the games begin. You kill a ghost, and that pops up in the corner. You made her cry. I'm gonna make you cry. You purify the ghost, something pops up. I saw a smile, but Kakuya's bored now. Unfortunately, it's like a once per game thing, right? If you play the game and then you replay it, you're not gonna get those little asides. But it is pretty cool that they kind of do use it as a Kakuya aside. Like Rose here, her clothes are half transparent, reveals neck, her bust but not her boobs, and that is sexier than if it didn't have the transparent bit, because the level of dissuasion and hiding. I mean, there's also a level of dissuasion and hiding for someone who's in a bra and a skirt, right? Like, a bra might be super revealing, but it's not going all tits out. And part of the tantalizingness of a skirt is that you're showing so much with a skirt, and with a single twist or a flip or a graze of the hand up the thigh, you might get a little bit more. Which is why I say that it can be pulled off. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, because not only do I have the appreciation of my college days, but since dating Fennec and getting more involved with like queer fashion and queer communities, going to Pride, going to the bar, and him coming out, like I helped him come out with stuff, and so he's been exploring his own sense of identity and his own fashions. So a lot more crop tops, a lot more like transparent mesh tops. Even for me, I've got some. So I can kind of appreciate a lot more of the skin showing fashion. Because while it might not be as glamorous classy as Rose here with her transparent thing that shows the bust but not the breast, there's also a lot of statement in what you choose to show. You could have a lot of personality shown in a bra and skirt combination. Like, it's not just a person who can pull it off, but there's also the context too. Especially for a club environment. A club environment, bra and skirt could be the height of sexiness. Has way more balls than you ever have. See, Horian, that's also part of it, right? It's not just what you display to the world. It's also what you are wearing for yourself. A lot of fashion isn't, I want people to notice and appreciate me. A lot of it is also, I want to feel sexy. I want to feel powerful. I want to feel like my body is fucking hot, cause it is. So I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna look good, I'm gonna be brave in this tight skirt, in this bra. And you know what? That could be empowering. That could make yourself feel super hype and excited. You can respect that, but it won't ever turn you on or attract you. Well, that's the thing though. It doesn't have to. Very often they're wearing it for themselves, and if it makes themselves feel hella hot, if it makes them feel powerful, if it makes them feel like they can go out in the night and have fun and be free and look great doing it, then they're accomplishing all of their goals. People have been hearing some weird screaming coming from that place lately, and not just once or twice, but every night. So Miss Y from the neighborhood went to complain. These noisy neighbors, I scream once, and all of my neighbors come that I have to pacify. This author screams every single night from her mansion, and it takes until this moment for someone from the neighborhood to come in. But the mansion doesn't have an intercom. Excuse me, water burps. So she had to go right up and knock on the door. She pounded on the door and nobody came out. The screaming didn't stop, so she kept coming back day after day, still no response. If she's screaming every single night, and the neighbors are complaining but aren't being answered, in this case, why not go to the police? Be like, holy shit, cops, they're screaming every night, they won't answer the door. Is someone being murdered? Is someone being tortured? Is someone in torment? Please go check on them. But she was sure someone was inside, so she finally got fed up and threw something through the window to get the person inside to notice. Then suddenly, a light in the second floor window came on. And then she heard a faint voice. Please don't look inside. The voice kept pleading with her softly, over and over again. Please don't look inside. 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 Don't look inside! Miss Y heard a scream, and after that, they said she was tormented by constant screaming inside of her head. She had a nervous breakdown and committed suicide. That's what the rumors say. It certainly sounds supernatural enough. The peeking taboo, a common canard in these supernatural stories. Someone pokes their nose in somewhere it doesn't belong and gets punished for it. I was just thinking that rumor could make a fine Yamishibai episode, So many Yamishibai episodes are, there's a person wanders by a thing, a person gets curious about a thing, the person has disaster occur. The end. The Crane's Wife and Pandora's Box are famous examples. Is the screamer that screaming author that Kakuya was talking about? Without realizing it, I speak Kakuya's name out loud. Obviously, Bananro's not just gonna let that go. Purunsu, you met Kakuya? Yeah, that's her running around her through every single command she gives. Yeah, a little while ago. Hey, why didn't you tell me? I thought I told you to tell me everything. Don't go frothing at the mouth, Ban. You're going to make Ginny stumble on his words reading them. Pursuing spirits is deadly work. He was probably just worried about us. But you needn't bother, Purunsu. Ban and myself have decided to hunt spirits of our own volition. We accept the consequences. Have they? Then, cards on the table. Let's see their curriculum vitae. Tell us about the spirits that you have vanquished. So there's no need to hold back for our sakes. Tell us everything. I guess there's no dodging it. Nichijou? Which? Which you mean, Hordian? There's a bit going on, and so you have to specify. Though Nichijou is excellent. The thing I was mentioning, I've already forgotten. Whatever came out of my mouths is already deep into my past. Whether it was a thing I was reading out or an aside that I made, you'd have to refresh my memory. I can't help but it's not even the monkey brain, it's the human brain. When anthropologists and primatologists compare the short-term and long-term memory of humans and primates like chimpanzees, chimpanzees have excellent short-term memory. They could beat us at memory games like it's nothing. Whereas we have pretty shitty short-term memories. But sacrifice it for long-term planning? You gotta watch all of Nichijou at some point, same. I've seen clips, I've seen a few episodes, but I haven't fully committed to watching the entire series. I tell them about the screaming author that Kakuya told me about. I see, how fascinating. Was it about the curriculum vitae to see which ghosts they have vanquished? Because I wasn't making a deliberate Nichijou reference, if that was it. But I wasn't making a Nichijou reference in general. To think the screaming author could be hiding within the Miracle residence. You sound like you're enjoying this. Why were you looking into the Miracle residence? That's only for grown-ups to know. Once I figure out how trustworthy you are, maybe I'll fill you in. Purunsu is about to get pegged, lucky. This lady's a walking bundle of secrets. She hasn't even told me why she was investigating Miraku. Enjoy the dinner, Hordian. You may be an adult, but you're not trustworthy. I'd much prefer younger men, not ones facing down a midlife crisis. So, did you uncover any other notable clues? I told you, this is still in the early going. Info doesn't reveal itself that easily. I wanted to talk directly with Miraku, but the house has been empty for a long time. Probably off gathering materials for a new book. It turns out, she's really a pseudonym of my aunt. Empty, you say? It might be that Miraku's already dead. Dead? The don't look inside thing, maybe. I was talking about Yamishibai. Yamishibai has a lot of ghost stories about a guy was curious, looked at a thing, then disaster, which could also describe some Nichizo's plots. That's right, because she mentioned the peeking taboo. I mentioned that Yamishibai has a few of that. Kinda. Nichizo also has plots like that, like walking down, notices a bamboo somen, or whatever you call it, where you put the noodles down the bamboo, goes to participate, and then ends up with the most ridiculous amount of unexpected situations. Dirty chopsticks, just tossing the noodles dry. So kind of a similar format. Dead. As I told you earlier, spirits are born from the grudges of the dead. If we assume that Miroku had died and became a spirit, all the pieces fall into place, no? I really should rewatch Nichijo and finish it completely start to finish. I don't know why I stopped. I think we just ended up with a lot to go through, and so never found the time to fully commit to it. You're looking for the screaming author after all. Hey, don't jump to conclusions. I've confirmed Miroku hasn't been reported dead. Hasn't been reported dead. That doesn't mean she's dead. I tried to watch Yuyushiki once, thinking that might be a good replacement for Nichizo. It's okay, it does have a few zaniness here or there, but I think that was too slow and slice of life for me. It wouldn't be uncommon for someone who lived alone to die without it being noticed. We just have to go see for ourselves. Hey, you can't just decide stuff like that. What are you even going to do there? Investigate, obviously. I'll leave my methods up to your imagination. She's very flirty. A lady shouldn't ever have to stain her lips with such words. What, you gonna break in or something? Well, more or less. Whether she's dead or merely absent is a perfect opportunity to sneak inside. This is shaping up to be an amusing night. Heh, let's go investigate then. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself too. If you've encountered Kakuya, then the clock on your death is already ticking down. You have no time to be taking it easy. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say. They also say fools rush in where angels fear to tread. We leave the Black Rabbit and head to the station. It's getting pretty late. Most stores are closed. Heh, nighttime is the greatest time of any day. I hate sunlight, and the summer sun is particularly harsh. Rose is my doppelganger, apparently. More glamorous and sexy than I am, but I am also no fan of the sun. Give me a good, cold, overcast winter every day. If you're so scared of UV rays, you could try wearing something else. Come on, let's get to the Miracle place already. Hey, hold up. I don't know where the Miracle residence is. Oh, that's right. It's on the outskirts of Kusoji Temple. It's a bit of a hike from here. There's a station by the mansion, so I suggest taking a train. Ban gives me the address of the Miracle residence. It's in the same ward, so I can pretty much imagine where it is based on the address. We should meet up there later. We'll stand out if we show up in a group. I have no objections with that plan. Were it just the young man, I'd feel otherwise. But I'll decline the stroll with an old lech. That's an easy way to ruin a perfectly beautiful night. That's my line. Hard pass on walking around town with a woman trying that hard to turn heads. Ban is very judgmental. Meet at the front door in 30 minutes, okay? Ban and Ross go their separate ways as they head to the ticket gates. I'd better hustle too. Screaming author file updated. Suspicious magician Ross, fairy tale author Yakumo Miroku lives by himself. Heard freakish scream. Neighbor goes to complain. Person pretends not to be there. Throws object in window. Second floor, don't peek inside multiple times. Repeated screams inside heard. Nervous breakdown. Suicide. The address I'm going to is a train stop away. Luckily, I arrived before the last train. But this is a little bit over the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to give myself a small BRB here before we see the mansion for ourselves and start our third investigation. So, get your food in, get your water in, stretch your legs. I'll be doing exactly the same. And back in a second. Oh, changing the feeding time for the cats to 5 p.m. for their lunch instead of noon was such a good idea. Hold on, no, not 5 p.m. Changing their feeding times from what used to be 6 in the morning to noon and then 5 p.m. to 6 in the morning to 5 p.m. and then 10 at night. But I should shift it down some. Like 6, 2, and 10 would be easier for them. Either way, they had their lunches already. And it's a good thing they did, because normally I'd have cats all over the desk right about now, begging for their dinner. Thank you, Hordian. And on the BRB, I had Toasty. I gave Toasty some attention. He was napping, I gave him some pets, he came over. But he's not so desperate. Neither him nor Onyx, excuse me, are super desperate for their food. Or super desperate for attention, because they've been satisfied. They've been satiated. The new feeding schedule is working. They're not feeling as desperately hungry by 6 o'clock in the morning, because they're getting their final feed by 10 at night, so it's less time. And 4 or 5 p.m., they're not feeling super desperate to be fed, because they've already had their food right about just before I started stream. I fed them just before stream, so they got 6 o'clock, 7 technically because I woke up late. They got 7 o'clock, they get about 1 or 2 p.m., then they're fine until 10. I might be delusional, but for today, it's working. I reached the station without any issues. The classy residential area is full of cookie-cutter homes, and I quickly lose my way. This is how I felt when I finished up with the army and came home. And then I want to do some college, so I tried looking at some schools in San Francisco, drove down to San Francisco, but from the route I was taking, I passed by this one residential area. And I'm telling you, it was just an entire hill to my right that was all the exact same house, copy pasted for miles. It was absolutely suburban hell. And I got anxious. I got straight up anxious because I honestly believed that if it wasn't for my GPS, if I got lost in that maze, I would not be coming out because everything looked exactly the same. It was wrong. Like, on a fundamental physical level. It just made my brain completely anxious. Because there was like no distinguishing anything. Oh no, Horton, this is outside the city. This is like on the way to. So it was just some residential on the outskirt of some place. But it was so unnerving. It's like the feeling of being lost in the forest at night. And all you could see is tree, 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 ground, 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 ground. And there's no way to tell apart where you are, where you're going, or if you're swimming deep in the water. And every place you look around is just murky blue, murky blue, murky blue, murky blue. And maybe you can't even see down below, so you can't even tell where's up or down. It's that kind of feeling. It's that kind of primal feeling of being out in the wild with absolutely no sensation to tell you which way is where. I don't get frightened often, but just driving by that hill of cookie cutter, I was scared, man. I'll admit it. That thing scared me. I walk around aimlessly for a while until I arrive at the building I was looking for. Like where I live now, this apartment complex of Fennec, is basically in what calls itself a city. But it's basically big box stores with a bunch of apartments around it. So this place is nothing but apartments and apartments and apartments and apartments, right? And within an apartment complex, the apartments all look the same. But they don't all look the same within each other. There's differences. This apartment complex looks different from this apartment complex. It looks different from this apartment complex. And they do have like a lot of similarities because landlords are cheap, property management companies are cheap, and they don't want to make like palatial estates for us, right? So we're just getting gray rectangles. But these gray rectangles have variation. So I can't get lost here, but I would absolutely get lost forever if I accidentally drove into that residential area with cookie cutter houses. I walk around aimlessly for a while till I arrive at the building I was looking for. Ah, you're here. Ross and Ban are already waiting at the residence. You're late. What the hell were you doing? Also getting lost in the cookie cutter. Hey, Toasty. You don't want to lick that, Toasty. It's got sour cream in it, but it also has salsa verde. You're a white cat, so it's too spicy for you. I like to tease Fennec about having mayo too spicy whiteness. But sometimes it's true. Sometimes he'll actually talk about some things being spiced that absolutely aren't. A few nights back, I was hanging out with him and a coworker at the coworker's mom's house. And so, it was me, the coworker, and the coworker, not the co me, Fennec, the coworker, and I guess the coworker's date. Which means it was me and three white people. And straight up, they were talking about how a certain salsa they were using for dip was so spicy. Oh my goodness, this is so spicy. Yeah, this has some heat to it. It wasn't this bottle, but the little thermometer on the side of the bottle of their salsa straight up said mild. It was literally me and three white people with them talking about how spicy a mild salsa was. I can't make that up. It was like a scenario like that you expect out of a joke that's a bit too on the nose, right? But no, that was absolutely what's going on. We've only got a limited amount of time to search. Waste any more time and today will be useless. Limited? Why? This area's had a high rate of unusual incidents, but they only happen sporadically. Because of that history, the police have this area under priority patrol. Seriously? That's a pain for us. Well, I don't think anyone here drove. We'll just go inside, keep the lights off, use a flashlight. Or turn some lights on. Lights on is a lot less suspicious than flashlights. Yeah, but we did some legwork and we have a rough idea of their patrol schedule. We're trying to limit our presence to when there's a gap in their patrols. So we need to get in, investigate as much of the place as possible, and then split. That's the plan. We'll be trespassing, but it's the price we have to pay to get information. And since you took so long to get here, we've got even less time than we were hoping for. 2 or 3 hours should be sufficient to do some breaking and entering. 2 or 3 hours is a lot more time than I've had for the Hiroshima woman and for Kaneko. That's plenty of time. We're investigating. Also, Hiroshima woman was one park with the lake, so it was entrance, left, right, and then forward, forward, forward. Kaneko's was down the street, so it was forward, 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 forward. This is a proper house. This is a proper house, so maybe the exploration will be bigger. Ross continues, paying no attention at all to Ban's objections. The resident doesn't appear to be terribly large, so we shouldn't need to rush things. This is why we play Willow Street primarily in Phasmophobia. It's a bigger house than Tanglewood, but it's smaller in scale than some of the other small houses. It's big, one floor basement, but big rooms, and not too many stairs to go up or down. So you have space to maneuver, but not too much to maneuver around. Well, unless we encounter an irregularity. Irregularity? An unexpected circumstance. For example, if you find unexpected security, an underground vault, those sorts of things. The types of things that might crop up during a break-in. I see. She speaks like she's very accustomed to this. She's a magician because she's got skills at making things disappear, at picking locks. Magician is a cover to her cat burglary. Cat burglary is a funny word. What makes something cat burglary specifically, and not just regular burglary? Is it just a glamour? Cat burglary. A cat burglar is a burglar who is adept at entering and leaving the burglarized place without attracting notice. Okay. So it's a stealth thief, basically. And then Wiktionary right down below. A particularly stealthy burglar. Okay. Then how come Catwoman's always getting spotted? Like in TV at things, there's always a cat burglar, and they're always like getting noticed by the guards at the last second or falling for some trap. We are not breaking in. We're breaking in. Haha, why are you so hung up on the terminology? The action is the same, isn't it? Now, what should we do? We're investigating this mansion. We've already settled on this. Yes, I mean, where should we start first? Puritsu, you're the one tangled up in Kakuya's game. You should decide. Alright. Well, let's just go in the front door. The map doesn't look very big, though. Outside, inside, left, and right. But there should be an upstairs, too. Mailbox. Nothing inside. Door. Sturdy sliding door, layer of dust covering the door rail. Hasn't been moved in a while, according to the rumors. They said something like, nobody comes out, even if you knock, right? I'm sure knocking shouldn't be a problem. I give the door a kind of firm knock. I wait for some kind of response. Well, there's no response. Just as we were informed. Judging by the state the place in, Miroku probably isn't living here. Isn't living here. Bushes. Hasn't been cared for in a long time. Weeds and dead leaves all over. Grass. I use my foot to poke around in the overgrowth. My foot bumps into something solid. I tease the object with my foot out into the open and see that it's a decayed wooden door plate. It's dirty, but it seems to read Miroku. If Fennec wants to be suave with his TV, Miroku. There's a strange looking window here. You know, this house is kind of odd looking. Looking closer, the building's funky style isn't even just a Japanese and Western mixed design. It feels like an alpine lodge, but built with traditional Japanese style. This must have been a custom job. You don't usually see two-story houses with that roof. That window's probably where the attic is. If so, then that's a pretty big attic. If the room under the roof is that big, it looks like it's bigger than two normal-sized rooms. Is that the window that was mentioned in the rumor? If you throw something, the lights of the second floor window will turn on. I guess you wouldn't need to throw something at a first floor window. So that must be it. So, we want to throw something into the window, but there's nothing here. Can I just go inside? Push on the door, but it doesn't budge. Well, I do have the decayed door plate. Something's eaten a number of small holes into the wood. Could I throw this at the window then? I took out the decayed door plate. Even if this hit the window dead on, it probably wouldn't break it. Are you actually going to throw it? Yeah, just like the rumor said. If there's something crazy going on, I want to know about it now. That's pretty courageous of you. You'll need that courage if you intend to survive confrontations with the spirits. Does she not know this is my third spirit to survive now? Technically fourth. We survived Yuki's ghost too, Yuri's ghost. Whatever. Just try not to throw it too hard. I know. I don't want to attract attention, so I don't want to break the window. I take aim and toss the plate, aiming it at the wooden frame of the window. My throw hits the spot and makes a dry thud as it strikes the wood. Nice throw. You got some nice shoulders. Papa Ban is praising me. The most anticipated draft player this season. Sorry, I don't really know baseball. Well, the rumors say if you throw something at the window, we'll see the lights come on. Or so the rumors claims. I like how they put the flashlight on the window to watch for the light turning on, as if we won't see the light without the flashlight. Nothing's happening. We wait a while, but it doesn't seem like the lights are coming on anytime soon. I was hoping we'd get to hear the voices from the rumors. Sometimes rumors are just rumors. A good journalist knows not to trust every single one. Yeah, Hordian, that's what I was saying. You should have been recognizing the game from Zoku streams. 'Cause she did play this one a while back. And that's when I was popping in and throwing a bunch of poll redeems. 'Cause I didn't want to spoil myself on it. She keeps playing games that I don't want to be spoiled on. You were there but never pay attention. Oh, that's why I hadn't realized it. I figured you were there for them. What if the screams are only there because Miruku was alive then, and now she's dead, and that's why there's no screaming? Let's hurry up and check out the other places. You're just here to chat with the streamer, really? Aw, the socialization. The socialization is a big appeal of streaming after all. Unless you're like so super big that all you have to do is put out a video of just yourself, and then there's 5 billion views and $6 million in ad revenue. For the most part, it is being able to share in the social experience. So how do we get in? I'm sure Miss Magician Lady has lockpicks on her. Doesn't open, it's locked. Oh well. Want to just kick it in. Whoa, you're already thinking of breaking in? You're too reckless, kid, damn! What a bold child, I must confess. I do prefer the direct approach sometimes. It feels like the air just changed. It's the intent. In the rumor, the neighbor intended to break the window to get their intention. Earlier, we threw the board, but we weren't intending to break anything, but we were intending to break down the door. That looks like someone's tied up. Did you hear something just now? We look at the direction of the voice and see. The light in the window had come on. In the light, we see what looks like the silhouette of a crane. I don't see a bird. I mean, I can kind of see it if I, turn my head like this. That is a girl whose hands are tied behind her back, her hair falling over her head, and either some strands of hair ascending up into the ceiling, or she's being tied up by the neck. Once again, we hear a faint, weak voice. Don't look? As if we wouldn't look. We're not going to go back now, are we? Hey, Purinsu. There's definitely something in this mansion. And that means that all rules are off. So we're breaking in. Exactly. Calm down there, boys. We can't cause too much of a commotion or draw the attention of the police. You got a plan then, Rose? I'll open the lock for us. It's not like opening a can, you know. He's got so little respect for her. He judges how she dresses. He hasn't caught on that she's also a master lockpick. You really think you can get it open that easily? This lock may as well not exist. You should always have more locks to the front door, but nobody ever bothers. Oh, that's right. You should share this advice with the owner of the Black Rabbit as well. The lock there is just as pitiful. That explains it. Now I know how Rose got into the Black Rabbit before it opened. I was yeah. She's a master of unlocking Hordian. Like I said, she's a cat burglar. Mr. Journalist that tries to get the dirt on everyone didn't even know that. You're a real piece of work. Did you just sleep through morals class? He's also one to talk. He's a hypocrite. I regret that I did not get to experience things like school during my childhood. Rose took some tools out and quickly got to work. It kind of reminds me of when Amanome picked the lock at Yamato Shrine. But Rosa's skills are far beyond ours. You seem pretty skilled at this. Yeah, she's good with her hands. I bet that she'd show you too if you... It makes me wonder if you've been doing this kind of thing in your past. My goodness, how rude. Rose shoots back in response, as she uses her thin tools to probe the lock. Any talented magician would obviously have a bit of dexterity. That's true, but... I've heard of magicians using escape magic, but not for breaking into places. He hasn't heard of escape magicians breaking into things. Ban! He's dropping points in credibility for me. Are you curious about my skills? I'm afraid I must ask you to refrain from any inquiries that would violate my privacy. Et voila. It's open. You're done already. You're pretty amazing. I must say that it feels quite nice to get some awe and admiration from the young. Would you like to be my disciple? What is that supposed to mean? I wasn't really planning on becoming a magician or a burglar. I wouldn't mind training you for either, but I was referring to the spiritual field. You seem to have the affinity for it, disciple. Hold on. I never agreed to be your disciple. Masters choose their disciples. Your opinion doesn't matter. I was asking out of courtesy. That's terrible. Hey, let's cut the chit-chat. We don't have a lot of time. If it's open, then let's get inside. Sorry, ghost lady, but we're going to look inside. We can't let anyone see us like this. We don't have an excuse for being here. Yeah, I know. I forcefully pulled the door open, but I thought I felt a cold breeze from inside. Swallowing my saliva, I stepped into the mansion. The Miraku residence looks like an old Japanese-styled house, and smells of damp, moldy air. It seems this place hasn't been aired out for a really long time. Wait a moment, Prinsu. I sense someone watching us. Be careful. Well, on top of Kakuya apparently constantly watching me, I kind of expect the ghost that doesn't want us to look inside has an interest in us now that we are inside. Watching.
中を覗かないでください。
We're already in, and she's saying, please don't look inside. Maybe she means the attic. Maybe she doesn't want us upstairs. Gah! Suddenly, a loud, high-pitched, piercing sound rips through my ear. I instantly cover my ears, but the sound above easily pierces through and stabs into my brain. Arrgh! Ban and Rolls collapse behind me. Shit, are you kidding me? At this rate, I'll die. I fall, powerless against the storm of sound assaulting my mind. My consciousness is starting to fade. So maybe she is supposed to be a crane then. Maybe she's hung up in the attic, but it's also meant to be evocative of a crane? The screaming voice suddenly stops. What was that? Bloody hell, my head is still pounding. I guess that must be the screaming voice people are talking about. If it went on any longer, my brain would have melted. I barely survived that. Well, we don't know if that's true yet. Remember, in the rumor, Miss Y, who heard the scream, apparently committed suicide. Things are starting to get real. Rinsu, don't say you want to run away now, alright? As if. You're the one who's looking pale. If you still got the wits to sass me like that, then you're still in ship shape. Well, if it's planning to take us down, then I suppose you don't need to hold back either. Let's start she's gonna say scouring, doesn't she? Scouring's not a bad word. I mean, investigating. The place doesn't seem to be that big, so let's investigate whatever we see. And let me get a text from the D-Man. Yeah, but before we get to that, we need someone to be on the lookout. Skyrim. Good, except she said scour. It'd have to be Scourim. Someone to be the lookout. So who gets to investigate with me this time? Ban or Ros? I kind of feel between Kaoru and Ros here, I'd be 2 for 2 for girls. But she can lockpick, and she is more familiar with the spiritual arts. Whereas Ban is just, he looks cool and has cool glasses. But he doesn't seem that useful. The supernatural information we got from him came from Rose anyway. He's kind of an investigative journalist. So maybe he could help me snoop around? We don't want to be getting surprised by a patrolman. Right. If something looks bad, call me on my cell phone immediately. Understood. Alright, Prinsu. Choose who'll be investigating with you. Who's it going to be? Rose or Ban? And being bi, either one is an option. Just like how at the start of the game, I thought Seiji was so cute. But then Seiji kind of went a bit on the deep end with his demented side. And Kaoru started to have more and more positive rapport. And so going with her, 1, was more natural. 2, she was a spiritual expert. And 3, Seiji didn't like boats, so I couldn't even use him. But who to bring for this one? Gruff and rude older daddy with cool sexy glasses, but kind of useless. Or spiritual medium MILF Rose. I kind of feel like for diversity's sake I should go for Ban. But again, lockpicks and spiritual sense. This is investigation day 1. We never get like ghostly things on day 1. She does have a spiritual sense to her, but Ban is one for investigation. So we'll bring Ban for now, for his eye for details. Alright. Rose, you be on the lookout.
問題ない。
I'll see you both later. Rose leaves and heads outside. Then again, between the two of them, she does stand out more. Alright, let's go. Cedar plate on the mud wall. There's a single nail hammered into the upper middle of the board. The nail is for hanging things. Oh, so something goes on here. What do you think this is? Maybe the nameplate, but I think that goes to the wall outside. Usually, if there's a decorative board on a wall, it's a frame, right? Like the ones you use to put up paintings? Yeah. In a traditional Japanese-style room, people sometimes display flower vases, although we can't know what was being displayed here just by seeing the frame. They have different information, maybe. What if I bring Rose in? Swap partners.
問題ない。
Ban's on lookout now. Stick to the mission, you hear. What would she say, if anything? Or maybe she won't, since it's the second time looking at it. Nah, nothing new. Okay, let's get Ban.
問題ない。
If we see a locked door, then we'll grab her. Sturdy shoe cabinet. Not even a single shoe inside. Instead, something black and cylindrical at the corner. Bamboo charcoal. We could use this for writing. Huh. That's pretty high quality charcoal. Such a waste to use it for dehumidification. I looked at the bottom section as well, and I find a can in the back. It's apparently a spray can. That's a can of spray paint. If it was stored here, then maybe it was used for some DIY projects. Spray paint and charcoal. Probably for odor elimination when it's dry. It'll take a while to get it to light. Spray paint labeled yellow, and some left inside. And there's nothing else in the foyer. To the left, to the left. Living room. Ghost in the window. Why would you ever turn scary mode off? Because so far that's all scary mode is. You scroll your flashlight to the window, there's a ghost girl, she disappears and giggles. It hasn't been a very frightening, scary... Two ghosts. It hasn't been a very frightening scary mode so far. Pendulum swings without stopping. But there's no hands to it. Normal looking, ordinary sofa. Check it on the sofa near the bottom. A hand warmer. Got an unopened hand warmer. I can use this if it gets too cold. Hand warmers were basically our salvation back in basic training. Because I just had to go in the middle of winter. Which is a whole lot better than summer. Again, I'll take freezing my ass off. And literally having ice form on my uniform just standing outside. Over running in the heat. Texas in the summer for training was miserable. You played Amnesia Hordian, didn't beat it, but you played it. Full confession, I bought Amnesia back in the day, but then never actually played it. I think my laptop at the time was too weak. Or I bought it, then got busy and forgot. There were so many games out back then. I was playing a lot of Spelunky, my 360 games. So, it had a lot of competition for time. Enjoy your shower, Hordian? Wooden storage shelf that won't open. Locked. Can't search with the current partner. Change partners at the entrance. See, like I said, if there's a reason to need the lockpick, then we'll get the Master of Unlocking back. So what's to the right? The bedroom. That looks like a shape in the curtain. Radio. What's going on at that radio? A sturdy bed? What caused these stains? More spots than I expected. I know exactly what those stains are. We can't use bloodmetry on it, so I know exactly what those stains are. Western style pillow. An Okina mask under the pillow. A no mask? What's this doing here? A boombox. A drawer on the table the boombox is sitting on top of. Open the drawer. A stick of incense nearly put away. And a square metal box. A battery. Hey, battery for the boombox? Well, no, that takes me back. I don't see these types much nowadays. You know what it is? It's just a battery. Although nowadays, it's probably a valuable antique. They don't get 9-volt batteries these days? A cassette tape inside? A single letter on the label. T. A testosterone tape. What a creepy tape. Try playing it. You don't know if it's creepy or not without hearing it. Sure. I placed the cassette back into the slot and hit the play button. No matter how many times I press it, it's not going to play. No batteries, because I have a battery on me. Maybe. I flip the boombox over, check the battery compartment, it's empty. It doesn't have any batteries, of course it doesn't work. Then use the battery you just found. A square laminated battery. Thankfully the battery types are the same, so it fits without issue. Alright, how about now? I press the play button, but... You're kidding me! Useless piece of... I think about using the flashlight's batteries, but I realize they won't fit. Maybe the battery is already dead. You can get a last bit of juice out of it, if you warm it up or something, but... Alright, so we take the battery out and warm it up. Something that looks like a massive hair under the bed. That's because it is a massive hair. Clump of stiff hair. What is this? Animal hair. And judging by the thickness, I'd guess that it's horse hair. How could you tell? Journalists know a lot of things. A while back, there was a time I used to do interviews at workshops. Horsehair has been used for a number of things for a long, long time. Instrument bowstrings are a common example. It's also used as hair on masks or dolls. Remember that no mask we found earlier? I'm guessing this is material for fixing it. I honestly never would have expected Ban would have this kind of knowledge. And honestly, any knowledge. Hang on to it. Might come in handy later. Yeah. Now, there's a very obvious lump in the curtains. There's this kind of Western-looking poster on the floor. I'll save that for after we get Rose with us. She can unlock the thing, and she might have some insights.
問題ない。
Typically in these games, I'm not quite pressed for time, so it won't advance to the hauntings of the next day until after I've seen everything it wants me to see. I also don't see a way to the attic. Here I thought that because this is a mansion, it's gonna be bigger rooms, more rooms to explore, a bigger exploration area, maybe some twists and turns than the previous areas, but this is smaller. Door won't open, it's locked. Rose, this is your time to shine. And now there's eerie noises. You think you can do this one? I turn around and ask Rose.
問題ない。
Piece of cake, stand back. Rose whips out some thin tools from her pocket and she opens a lock in about 10 seconds. Sorry for the wait. Open sesame. It's like a magic trick. I'm happy that I'm able to entertain you. I open the door. Sailor uniform and cute socks. I did think the shadow upstairs looked like a girl. And when I say a girl, I mean child or teenager. And it looked like she was wearing a skirt. Sailor uniform and cute socks. Is this gonna be a Hanahiko situation? These look like children's clothes. Did Miroku have a family? Ban didn't mention anything about that. The eerie music is just for finding the clothes. Isn't anything inside interesting? Okay. Then let's go do the shape. An odd bulge in the curtain. Check the curtain. Yes. I pull the curtain back to see what's causing it. Huh? Nothing's here. No sign of anything that caused the curtain to bulge. Even things out the window look normal. So it's just wrinkled or something. A little spook for me. Colorful flyer on the floor. Out of curiosity, I pick it up. I quickly read the flyer. Kisoji Ballet School Recital. March 3rd, 1999. Kisoji Center Hall. Starts at 1, doors close at 1:30. That was this year then. There's a girl dressed in white in a ballet pose, the legs stretched raised high. Looks like a flyer for a children's ballet recital. It's grim, but given the shadow of the girl upstairs and the children's clothes that we saw in the locked dresser, I'm gonna think that this children's author had kidnapped a child. Probably easily, since he is a famous children's author, so probably is beloved by the kids. And this is a he. They've been talking about him as a he. An author with no family, and the flyer for a children's ballet, and children's clothes locked in a dresser, and what looks to me like the shadow of a child tied up in his attic. Don't Look Inside is probably like the third ghost of Deathmark, where it was a ghost of a bride that got gang raped. Very grim. And that her fiancé or husband went out, got revenge, but it was too late for her. And so she was a friendly ghost that if you call her, she'll tell you where your lost things are. But she asks, did you see it? And you say yes. She kills you because she doesn't want you to see the photos of her rape. I'm going to assume that this ghost is a victim of a pedophilic author, and when she says don't look inside, she doesn't want you to see the evidence of the crime against her. That's the kind of games these are, and so that's my guess for this ghost. Corpse Bride was okay. I felt like it was a little bit too derivative of Nightmare Before Christmas, like certain aesthetics were certainly trying to make you think of it. But it was a nice movie. I enjoyed that one too. The atmosphere of this place is more suited towards Japanese Buto. I take a closer look at the flyer. First act, collection of pieces, ballet, others. Second act, Law des Con. The second act will feature girls who are too young to wear point shoes. Please enjoy their energy and spirit as they perform adorned in adorable colors. What's by far the most effective piece of marketing you've experienced in your life? What's that, Hordian? What's the stuff written for the second act? Is it Latin? Jesu de Soleil. But that's actually French. See, I figured that she'd have insight on this one. Old Spice. They did have some good commercials. If there's anything we have learned from the West discovering Japanese ads in the early internet, it's that people really love zany commercials. The zany comedic commercials definitely do stick a whole lot better. Look at your hand and look at me. And the bump with the Terry Crews ones. The Terry Crews ones especially, I was quite fond of. Lac des Cons, Duck Lake. Judging from the name, it must be adapted from Swan Lake. They'd probably make the little ingenues be ducks instead of swans and dance about. Seems like a show designed to showcase her energy as opposed to grace. I like to think of myself as immune to marketing propaganda, but I'm really not. I mean, heck, I bought the games that I bought because they're marketed to me, or I fall for the marketing. But those Old Spice commercials, I'll have to admit, were plenty entertaining. And the more we enjoy how entertaining they are, the more we're distributing the brand. So you're right, Hordian. It works. It works. But I can't be so grumpy as to be like I'm not going to enjoy these because they're commercials, because they're really entertaining commercials. Ducks are a whole lot less impressive than swans, so you'd think so. That stubby body, those adorable orange beaks and feet, the way they shoot through the water. Ducks are far cuter than swans. If I were to receive a gift, I would prefer ducks over swans. You've binged on Old Spice commercials on YouTube many times. The exact same way that we binge on, like, funny Japanese commercials. The UFO yakisoba commercials with yakisoban. The Arnold Schwarzenegger commercials. Long, long man everybody knows. If there's a funny commercial, we're going to watch it. We're going to want to watch it. No one's going to buy you either of those. I'm actually turned on to the idea of watching more UFO yakisoba commercials because Fiona over in Macaw's Discord linked a collection of a video that was 3 episodes of the yakisoba UFO commercial. But apparently it had a prior commercial campaign in the 90s, and what she showed in the Macaw Discord was only 3 episodes of an ongoing campaign, or a campaign for like 2015, 2019, which means there's more commercials. But not only that, but there's a video game about the commercials, about the yakisoba tokusatsu superhero. And so now I want to play a video game about a yakisoba mascot in the same way that people play Pepsi Man to play a video game advertisement as a Pepsi commercial. I take my flyer. Take the flyer just in case. Obtain ballet flyer. So, I think the only thing left now is to put the mask on the wall, because I feel like the mask goes here. Looks like an old man's face, but a part is worn off. And a fairly large dent on the back of the mask. There are stains on the pillow that Genia Purinsu has not identified, because only one girl has ever talked to him in his life. And this mask was under the pillow. He wears the mask for sexy times, doesn't he? That's why it's under the pillow. Maybe it's dented on the inside because the ghost finally sought vengeance against him. And that's why the author's gone missing. I take out the Okina mask out of the frame, but nothing seems to change. So not the mask? You keep a ruler under your pillow so you know how long you slept. Very nice, Hordian. Very nice. Bundle of pleasant-smelling incense sticks. Presentation looks pricey. They would still burn pretty well as they're quite dry. How much you want to bet that the incense or the bamboo charcoal get used to warm up the battery to squeeze some life out of it? Or the hand warmer. The hand warmer's usable. And of course, little dirt for the dirt man, in case he comes to town. I only know that song because Fennec watches a lot of TikTok, and for a while, that was like every other video. Hold on. There. Sent a screen cap of that to Fennec. Sorry for violating your privacy in this public chat, Hordian. Could I use incense on the top of the cabinet? No. Okay, let's warm up the battery. Hand warmer is the best way to do it. It starts warming up super instantly, and it gets so warm too. Hand warmers inside of your gloves, foot warmers inside of your shoes. Completely essential in the blizzards of Missouri. Hold on. Warming it up. I use a hand warmer. I have this. I open the bag, crumple it, and place it on the battery compartment on the back of the boombox. I suppose that's logical, but it's not the best way to do that. Shut up. We just need to warm the thing, right? Once the battery felt warm enough, I try pressing the play button again. Then... an update on the missing child. According to the police, the victim of the kidnapping. What did I say? If this was on the radio at the time, okay, sure, natural, it's a news report. But why would he have a recording of this? Why would he have a cassette recording of a missing child report and label it T on the label? This is a trophy. The ghost is one of his victims. It's a kidnapping or the kidnapped girl report. They refer to the victim as Child T. Hence, T on the cassette. This is deliberate. You learn the word Te Shoku, translated as meal set. Is meal set even a thing you say normally in English? I mean, not commonly. Like, I think of meal set, and I think of, like, you go to a restaurant like KFC or something, and you get the family meal with the wings and the sides and everything else. It's definitely a thing that you could use to describe a thing, but not really something you'd call a thing as a category too often, I don't think. Like, if you said this is a meal set, holding up a platter of chicken and mashed potatoes and biscuits and rice and macaroni, like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's your meal set. It's a set that makes up a meal. But if you were to say, want to go out and get a meal set, they're like, what's a meal set? You know what I mean? Yeah, like a combo. Age 13, long hair, was wearing a white one-piece dress on the day she went missing. Yeah, exactly. Correctly descriptive, but not culturally something people use in English. But then again, there are also, like, outside of like fast food combos, isn't there also a word for a particular meal arrangement, like in fancy old-fashioned inns, where they give you like a whole assortment of foods that you're expected to have in certain contexts? She was last seen heading home from a ballet class practice in Kasoji. The report mentions it's been a month, and the case is now a partial public investigation. Oh man, is that why the police are as worried about Ami too? Not because, of course, she's a missing child, but this would be at least the second missing child this year. One in March or whenever, and then one in July. From that point, the newscaster just rehashes information about the incident, and once the news moves on to the next topic for the day, the recording cuts off. So it's not like he was recording music, and then this news bit came on, and then after the news bit is the music he was hoping to record off the radio. This is just a trophy. Instead of saying ichi means one, if you're ordering something, you'd say hitotsu. Oh, Hordian. Doesn't Japan have different numbering systems? Don't they? I wouldn't mind learning Japanese, since there's a bit of Palau history in that. We were colonized for a little while during the Pacific Empire, so that's a part of our history. So it's not weebery if I were to learn it. But you know, lots of games I like are Japanese. If Extra Power comes out with an Extra Power 3, maybe I would like to read it. Duolingo? I don't know. Hasn't Duolingo gone really downhill? It's got some things pretty inaccurate, plus it misses out lots of context on things. Ross ejects the tape and sighs. I see, hence the T label. The owner of this house seems quite intriguing. It's crazy no matter how you look at it. Why make a recording of news about a kidnapping incident? Because it's a trophy! Once again, ballet. It's coming up too much to be a coincidence. I think this is all we can get for today. Except no, the investigation's still ongoing. No! Our first haunt to end the day on. Suddenly, the phone rings loudly, but I can't see it anywhere in the room. Intriguing. Let's answer it. Guess I'll look for it. It's gotta be under the bed or something. Now that he's looking, there's more stains than he expected. Maybe it's just not in the room then. Maybe it's outside of the room? Living room, perhaps? I still don't see a way to the attic. That wasn't there before. That was not there before. Here it is, the phone. There's a black phone on top of the storage shelf. I don't remember every detail of this room, but it definitely felt off. This phone wasn't here when we came through the living room earlier, right? What's going on here? We are in this house to answer that question, are we not? Someone or something wants us to answer the phone. So why don't you take the call? Why don't you, Mulan? Fine, just to stop the ringing. Hello. Moshi mosh. I'm expecting it to be don't look inside. The phone suddenly goes dead. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hits me, and I violently hang up the phone. When I come to my senses, I notice that my hand is covered in sweat. Damn, what the hell was that? Who was calling? Dunno. The person hung up immediately, and let her know that you got a sudden sense of dread from the silence too. This sounds like spirits to me, and that's her forte. I see, how boring. You look rather pale. Is something the matter? It's nothing. My phone vibrates in my pocket. D-Man here! Look for the next monster! It's time already? It's me. Almost time for the patrol to show up. Let's wrap it up for the day. Alright, let's leave immediately. Maybe picking up the phone is how the bug gets in our rear, and we start hearing noises and screams that drive us more and more insane. Is it time? Yeah, let's head back out. We get out of the mansion without any major issues. We rejoin the one who was keeping watch. The one who was keeping watch. Their way of avoiding having to write 2 texts for Roserban. And quickly share the info we gained in our search. You don't get kanji until section 1, unit 9. I don't know. From other people I know about that really hardcore study Japanese, their assessment is that Duolingo has gone pretty downhill. I mean, it's still a language tool, so if you're getting something out of it, you can. But their assessment is that there are better ways. Fennec used to use Duolingo, and he's dropped off ever since the AI thing. I don't really feel like using Duolingo after they've reduced staff to just have AI translations teach you. I mean, heck, I use quite a bit of Google Translate and DeepL, especially when playing Extra Power. So, well, I could go back and forth on Google Translate and be like, okay, this is this word. It sounds like this. It means this. It's only Google Translate, and so it's not exactly going to give me accuracy or fluency or anything like that. Just to say that I'm kind of wary of the post-AI Duolingo era. I told you, aren't you glad we went inside? That T-tape in particular was quite a find. Combined with the ballet flyer, it has some grave implications. She knows exactly what I'm thinking. Why do you look like you're enjoying this? She's a gamer. She spoke in gaming terms. She's unsolving the mystery. If that's what we found on day 1, I shudder to think where this is going to end up. Quit your whining. Just admit it's been a worthwhile night. We even heard the rumored scream. It must be a spirit. Probably the screaming author's doing. The spirit's all that remains of Yakumo Miroku. Or is it someone else's identity? She gets it. She gets it. I think the author is dead, killed by a ghost who wants revenge. The screaming we've heard is his victim locked up in the attic. I can't wait to find out. It's only a matter of time before the cops show. We better split up. We'll meet back at the Black Rabbit at the same time tomorrow night. Yeah, sounds good to me. Oh, that's right, Puritsu. Don't forget to buy batteries. I'll try anything once, but I'm not doing that again. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. No, Ginia. That's later. We part in front of the Miroku residence, and take our own separate paths to the station. As I walk by myself down the street, I think about what I heard on the T-tape. That might just be the crazy tip of the psycho iceberg of stuff hidden in the Miroku residence. I catch my train, and by the time I get back to Kosoji Station, it's already past midnight. Past midnight. The haunting hour hasn't even started yet. It will now. It's past midnight when I get home, so it's in time for haunts at home. I'm thinking, though, the neighbors would have heard that scream for a while. I don't think the ghost was a ghost yet. I think for most of the rumor's duration, the screams was a child crying out for help, crying out in fear, and the neighbors did nothing. And it was only by the time the neighbors finally came round to complain about the noise. Not, oh my god, is something going on? Just, oh my god, could you shut up or trying to sleep? I think by that point, the kid was already dead. But nobody goes in or out, so maybe... Imagine being concerned, Hordian. Calling the cops would have been so super helpful if they're hearing screams coming from the roof from the house every single night. Constantly. And their only thoughts is... "Ugh, fucking Miroku, I'm trying to sleep." And not... "Holy shit! Night after night, are they okay? Should we call someone?" But I think I'm off. I think that the child's cries probably weren't heard. I was thinking maybe the neighbors heard the screams but did nothing, and so that's why that one neighbor got haunted and committed suicide, because vengeance against the neighbors that did nothing. But maybe I'm off, and maybe the screams are ghost sounds. Maybe she is dead by that point. And then so's the author. Because according to the rumors, nobody went in and out. And so maybe the ghost already sought its revenge. But then continued to haunt the place, hence the screams. I'd better go home and get some rest. Hey, Onyx. Onyx climbed up and went to the window. Weird. Hardly anyone ever uses that photo booth. It's a girl, judging by the socks. Either a girl, or one of the okonomiyakis. Well, have a good day, miss. No, we're gonna check it out. Of course we're gonna check it out. Open the curtain and look inside. Didn't Rose say that the peeking taboo is a classic one? You get nosy, and you peek into something, and then you die. No one's behind the curtain. Could have sworn someone was there. Was I just seeing things? But even if there was, why would you pull the curtain when someone's using the photo booth? That's just nosy. And where's my D-man emails? We've explored a new area. text. D-Man. D-Mail 5. How are you? It's D-Man. I prepared your next riddle. Decipher it to receive your analysis record. Search the monster that raises its voice when awoken. Okay, fire alarm. Fire alarm raises its voice when awoken. I open the fire alarm's maintenance door and find a card inside. Gonna go now. See you later, bud. See you, Hordian. Thank you for hanging. Spirit Memoirs 5-1. Kakuya's game. Getting valuable information for this game and not just flashbacks and summaries of Spirit Hunter death marks. Or maybe call forwards to Death Mark 2. The sound of a flute. A young girl appears. The Shinza rumor is of a ghost with white hair. A child doll in a kimono. It is said the tune Night of a Full Moon means she's shown herself. Night of a Full Moon. Let me see. Full Moon and Monte Sahaja. Full Moon, Native American flute to get rid of all bad energy. Stop thinking too much. Okay, New Agey appropriator. Full Moon solo flute. Full Moon flutes with a picture of a shapely, evocative of native woman holding a dream catcher with feathers in her hair and a coyote in front of her. More New Age appropriation. Full Moon flute meditation. How's this one? Onyx, don't step on my keyboard. No, that's not the same one. Oh well. Onyx? Where are you gonna sit, baby? You gonna sit at the corner of the desk? Now that you're awake? She lures people to play her game, different for each person, from fighting items to courage tests, but each has a certain condition to be met for survival. Meet the condition, survive. Otherwise, they most likely die. Having never spoken to any of the players, I can't confirm for sure. It's still only a rumor. But if the reason why I haven't talked to them is that those who challenge her game end up dead, then I suspect that there's no way to escape her death game once you met her. Past urban legends like Girls Play and Kakuyako share many similarities with this one. While researching, I learned it's been repeated every few years, ever since the war ended. Since the war ended! Maybe she's another like Mary. Maybe she was developed by that Japanese experimental unit. I must look further, and that's where you come in. It is fortunate that you are in this exact situation. You're the very person I need to talk to regarding this rumor. Why is she called Kakuya? And why does she take doll form? Why play games? And what roles does she play? Is she a guide to death or the reverse? A death to guides? Or neither? Is she connected to the fairy tale named legend seen often in recent years? Find out, and escape the game alive. If worse comes to worse, I'll gather your ashes for you. Thanks, D-Man. Why the hell is he hiding these cards? Let's go home and sleep. File, screaming author updated. Snuck into Miraku's place, searched until cops came in patrol. Found frames to put objects in. Found cassette tape. Child T incident report. Little girl went missing on way back from ballet lessons. Horsetail hair often used for instruments. Not going to mention the children's clothes he found too. that might be relevant information. Ghost go in the window. No one in the window. Ghost go in the closet. No business there. Every time we open this, dust flies up. Should have put bed on the other side. Ghost go in the shoe rack. Ghost girl in the fridge. Ghost girl in the spice rack. Ghost go to the toilet. Ghost go in the shower. I should take a shower. I open the door and go inside. Take a shower? Okay. What's the worst that could happen? It's not the Hiroshima woman. The kid doesn't seem to be associated with water, so he was perfectly safe. What's that noise coming from next door? A movie? Or maybe a video game? Well, oh well. I guess the neighbors are having fun. It's not next door in the bathroom. So it must just be my next door neighbors. Shit, that's loud. The noise won't stop. My temper is hanging by a thread. Oh. Either because we heard the scream, or because we picked up the phone. We are now haunted by the sound of screams in our head until we die, aren't we? Would punching the wall work? Wait longer. It's not the neighbors. Gania Purinsu doesn't realize the situation he's in, but we know. Nope. The noise shows no sign of stopping. We can't even hear it. I don't hear it. You all don't hear it. I can't take this any longer. It finally stopped. Maybe I'll water the plants. Water the plants? Okay. One, our neighbors are going to be pissed now that we punched their wall. For the first time in the game, there's something to do in the bathroom. I guess it'll... There was a rumble just then, wasn't there? He's got no plants to water, so I thought he meant go to the bathroom. I'll go to sleep then. Gotta water the... What plant? He doesn't have a plant. I thought he was using a euphemism for going to the bathroom. What plant? No shower right now. Going to the toilet wasn't anything. I am so confused. Looks about the right amount. Oh! His little cactus in the corner. I really thought he meant going to the bathroom. His little succulent. Aren't those very water... Like, they don't need too much water? Alright, this should do it. And now bed? I'm weirdly sleepy. Well, it's after midnight. Oh no. And that's off the landline. She's haunting me through noise. She's more an annoying type ghost. Are you outside? She's not outside of the phone. It doesn't seem to want to stop ringing, so reach for the phone. Hello? Oh, she's frightened. The other end of the line is silent. All I hear is breathing. What the hell? Hey, what do you think you're doing?
中を覗かないでください。
Please don't look inside. We've already been inside the house. We've been inside several rooms. We've been inside the little closet. I think she does mean the attic. Chills run down my spine, and my body involuntarily jerks and slams the receiver down. Just say, okay, I won't. That voice. It sounded familiar. Someone 3 hauntings in, and he always thinks it's pranks. They'll probably try to call again. Guess I'll just lie in bed and wait. I'm so dense. Luckily, not bothered by another call. Well, it's almost 4 hours into stream. So, a water bottle's coming up a bit light. I'm gonna grab myself another BRB. Since these do you want to save seem like pretty nice places to save. Or to, well, to take a break. So I'll be back in a sec. Sorry about that. Bit of a longer break. I had to poop. And I guess I was wrong. 5 o'clock, almost 6. The cats are waking up for attention now. Don't mind me, but I might be snacking on some chips during this. I'll be sure to mute the mic when I go for a bite, so you don't have to take the crunch every time. The next day, I awoke to an oppressive heat. Mood. I dragged my listless body outside and trudged to the electronics shop in search of batteries. Hey, Toasty. Look who's decided to join us. It's little Toasty. Toasty, it's looking dark out. Is that just the sun? Or is it actually cloudy out now? It's been very slightly overcast. I'm not sure if you guys have heard the car horn blaring outside, but it's literally just because someone turned left to pull into the parking lot here, and the cars behind them are assholes. Like, how dare you turn? We want to go straight. Drivers here are... they're not super aggressive. They're just super annoying. Also, Fennec has been showing me screenshots of a book he's reading. I'll get to these when I get to them, my beloved. Since this is an older battery, I'm not having much luck finding what I need. By the time I get what I set out for, the sun has already set. How coincidental. Why are the lights out of my room? Oh no. That's strange. I'm sure I shut them off when I left. And so's the neighbors to my left. The neighbors, well, from the door. The neighbors at the end have their light on too. The ones I thought was making loud noise. I can hear faint sounds the other side of the door. Something's definitely inside. It must be. It's gotta be a ghost. Hey, Toasty. Toasty laying down at the keyboard. Please don't lay on it though, baby. He's purring so much when I give him attention. Let's take a picture for your dad. You know the score. Toasty. Little blurry Toasty. He took a picture. Let me take a picture, and then he moved. It's gotta be a ghost. I know it's ridiculous, but nervous sweat beads up and a cold drop runs down my back. All the crazy and disturbing events the past few nights have my emotions running high. And it turns out it is a mundane thief. I hold my breath. I grab the doorknob and slowly turn it. There's no resistance. It's unlocked. I breathe in and cautiously crack the door open. Hey, welcome back. It's Rose, isn't it? I let myself in. Rose! You're gonna kill this guy. What are you doing in my apartment? I wanted to talk with you before we headed to the Black Rabbit. Toasty, you're so curious, aren't you, baby? You don't seem so bored if you keep crawling on my desk. So you picked my lock? Yeah. Waiting outside would have been so boring. What, does it bother you? Now, happier emotions make them like us more. But she just broke into my place. Yeah, it does. She broke into my apartment and freaked me out because he thought it was a thief or a ghost. I mean, it was a thief, just not a hostile one. Toasty, careful. You want to play on the keyboard too, baby? Press this button. Press the big button right here. Can you do that? Oh, he did! Toasty, that's so good! Thank you, Toasty. I just want you to press it once, baby, not more than once, okay? Mwah, 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 mwah. Look at this little computer dynamo. Toasty, you know how to use the keyboard now. Move this out of the way. You're fine, Toasty, don't worry. Don't make that face. You'll ruin your handsome looks. So, what did you want to talk about? I'm sure you've heard all about me from Ban, so I don't see what else you'd want to know. I've heard about the underground matches, Ami's abduction, and Kubitaro's case too. There was something I needed to hear, and I needed to hear it directly from your mouth. Well, careful, Toast. Bloodmetry. That's the strange power you claim to have. Do you know something about it? Yes, though it's just a hypothesis. That's better than me. I don't know the first thing about it. Heh. I suppose if I'm to be your teacher, I really can't turn down a sincere request. That mysterious power of yours is an extension of your intuition. Finding messages to catch up on. He's reading a book about evolution, right? Which is a big deal for him because he grew up Jehovah's Witness. And now that Toasty's off the desk, Onyx on the desk. And Onyx, unlike Toasty, who likes to lay on the keyboard, you like to block the screen. But you just want to be close to your dad too, Onyx. Onyx, I'll take you for a walk tonight after stream, okay? It's cooler out now. The past few days have been far too hot to take you on a walk. But now that it's cool out, and it's been so long since your past walks, we'll go for one tonight. I promise. But in exchange... Toasty? Oh! Onyx on the desk and Toasty crying under it. You might know it better as your sixth sense. A little something that warns you of danger. You're saying, it's like my instincts. Yes, you could call it that too. Everyone possesses it to some extent. However, your sixth sense is unusually keen. It's probably why you never lost any of these underground matches. Of course, you also had the physical abilities and reflexes to react to the danger you sensed. Phone just flashed, but no notification. Must just be Discord stuff. In the sense that Discord doesn't send me proper notifications. No. Just flash for nothing. I can kinda get a sense for what she's saying. When I focus during a fight, I just become so much more aware of my surroundings. That's gotta be that sixth sense. Baby? Baby, why are you crying? I gave you breakfast and I gave you lunch. Your dinner's not for a little while, baby. We're changing your schedule, just like last night. You get dinner around the time I start cooking dinner for your dad. But the true value of your sixth sense isn't limited to that. Animals are fascinating, you know? Abilities that aren't necessary for survival are pruned. On the other extreme, they could awaken new abilities if they need them to survive. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to do is get around Onyx here. Have to use a flash because Onyx is a black cat. And then Toasty wants back on the desk? Okay, Toasty. Careful on the keyboard, baby. Not the spacebar, not the spacebar! He's taking so many screenshots. Toasty! Toasty! I don't need 500 screenshots. He's putting his ass right on F12. It's okay, baby. It's okay. You two can both hang out, just you can't both be hanging out on the desk. There's a big soft bed right there. You're on it right now. The day Ami disappeared, I met Kakuya. I knew that my life was in grave danger. You're saying that meeting woke my sixth sense as telemetry powered. Precisely. You're an excellent disciple. Checking something. Toasty, please leave me be. I know you want to be close. But not every person gains some great new power when they face imminent danger. I believe in your case that you likely already possess that ability. Perhaps a parent or ancestor of yours had spiritual powers. Don't ask me. My mother's just a normal woman and didn't have any weird powers. That she knew of. And what about your father? Not in our life. I don't even know what the guy looks like. All I know is that he abandoned my mom. I see. I apologize if I upset you. Toasty, no! Nah, I don't care. Anyway, you sure know a lot about the spirit world and all that. I must say, it's nice to have a disciple who views my skills with such respect. But all of my friends know everything we've just discussed. It's common knowledge. Wow, what kind of friends are those? They got a group of supernatural fanatics or something? A certain sponsor has hired me to investigate spirits and supernatural activities. And Ban's helping me with that. I bet it's D-Man. D-Man or the protagonist of the previous game. A group that investigates spirits. Sounds like something from a comic book. Fine, you two. I'll play with my keyboard in my lap since you want my desk so badly. So who's this sponsor of yours? The head of a distinguished family you've heard of. Toasty, look up. Oh, you moved! What, you're upset that you can't lay on my keyboard? And down he goes. He has some strange abilities himself. He uses a peculiar way of thinking to solve supernatural cases most people wouldn't consider. Like defending a spirit's attacks with a plastic sheet and broken umbrella. It's quite reckless. So she is talking about the guy from Deathmark, because that's the Hanahiko case. What the hell? What kind of idiot is that? Onyx, you're blocking half the screen's words. He looks like your basic, sullen middle-aged man. It goes without saying that he's not my type. He's currently on an overseas business trip with a friend, which is why I have to traipse around investigating cases now. So, spoilers for Death Mark 2. We know he's alive by this point. Although thanks to that situation, I was able to make a wonderful young man like you. Maybe this is another sequel hook. Maybe after Death Mark 2. After Spirit Hunter NG. After these games, there'll be an overseas one. Well then, it's about time. We should get going. Oh my goodness, I have some chips out for myself and he's just munching away at one of them. Look at this guy just going at it. Saving that. And then sending. No, kitty. This is my tortilla chip. Bad kitty. Now go on. You're not starving, you've had breakfast and lunch, and dinner is in a few hours. By the way, Prudensu, do you happen to know if anyone's committed suicide in the apartment before? I was gonna say, what if my neighbor is the one from the rumor, but nah. Person Y would have been all the way up at the fancy houses. How should I know? Why would you just ask that out of the blue? There's an extremely ominous presence in the apartment. I didn't want to worry you, so I wasn't going to mention it. But I changed my mind. Have you experienced any unusual phenomena here? So many? Yeah, a bunch of weird things have happened. I almost died once too. And yet you seem pretty unfazed. This guy doesn't know the meaning of the word phase. He doesn't even know how the moon works. Well, obviously I didn't die, therefore nothing to worry about. And so much strange stuff has been happening lately that I might just be getting used to it. You're pretty carefree, kid. I sense a power in that apartment that draws spiritual beings to it. Hey. There's already a no fighting in the room rule. No fighting over the microphone. Toasty? You okay? You kind of twitched your ears there. Whoa! You alright, little buddy? How about, well, you and Onyx play elsewhere for a bit. Onyx? You want to just hang here, Onyx? Okay, but behave. Like a famous suicide spot or a haunted area. Well, thanks. I feel all warm and fuzzy now. So what am I supposed to do? Without knowing what's causing it, it's hard to recommend an effective approach. Moving out would be the easiest solution. She wants me to move in with her. That's what's going on here. I really don't have time for that. And anyway, I'm not just some weakling that's gonna move just because some stupid ghost. I figured you'd say that. It's your life. Do whatever you like. Do whatever you like for your disciple. I thought we were your disciple. You don't care. But if it starts getting on your nerves, just come talk to me. We arrive at the Black Rabbit. Onyx! Baby, Toasty isn't doing anything to you. If you're gonna be grumpy, then you can't hang out on my desk. Don't bully your younger brother. He wasn't doing anything to you. He wasn't even on the same part of the desk as you. Toasty, it's not your fault, baby. Sometimes Onyx just gets a bit grumpy grump. He wanted his laying on the desk time to be laying on the desk with dad time, and he feels that you're interfering or taking that away from him. Which has become true now that Onyx has been exiled from the desk and is sitting in the window. Well, that's your fault, Onyx. When we arrive at Black Rabbit, the lights are on. Oh, welcome. Mom, meet my new friends. I've traded up and aged up. Aunt Natsumi is there and she looks exhausted. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Yes, I won't be here long though. I have to meet with a new detective. Her eyes are completely lifeless, although that's to be expected. For 2 weeks now, she's been doing anything and everything she can to find Ami. Police, detectives, flyers, the internet, none of it has helped. Would it help if I told her that Ami is alive, but being held hostage somewhere? Even if I did tell her that, there still wasn't anything she'd be able to do about it. Worse, if she gets involved, she could end up dying just like Maruhashi. How much you want to bet that my auntie becomes a partner for the final investigation, and there is a chance that if we destroy the ghost, she dies so Ami could live. Despite that, should I still tell her what I know about Ami's situation? Tell her! Hey. Sorry, Gania. I have an appointment with the detective. We'll talk some other time, okay? Fake choice! Aunt Natsumi quickly leaves. After a bit, Rose, who was waiting outside, comes in. So that was your aunt. She seems so distraught, it's painful to even look at her. Hey, sorry I'm late. That Mahjong game got intense at the end. Ugh, he's a Mahjong guy, not even Hanahura. What's the matter? What's got you two looking so serious? You are the most incorrigible, thick-headed man I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. You are beyond all hope. Death would be a kindness to you. Huh? What the heck are you so mad about? I don't have the energy to explain it to you. If Onyx is gonna get a walk, let me plug in the phone. Why is the table wrapped around my chair wheels? Well, how's your investigation going? Don't you dare tell me that it slipped your mind and you wasted all your time playing Mahjong. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a consummate professional. Here's all the info I found so far. Toasty, careful. He didn't have any friends or close relatives, so I wasn't able to get that much. But I grilled Moroku's publisher and it paid off. I finally got my hands on this. Toasty, what are you looking for? This paper? You want these papers, Toasty? That's all that's there, just papers. Oh, so he originally wanted to be a doctor, did he? Changing career paths from doctor to author is quite a drastic life change. The reason he did so is a mystery. Apparently, he didn't talk about himself much, but it's doubtful that cash was a reason. The Moroku family is extremely well off. Yes, it's evidence just based on that mansion. A poor author wouldn't be able to live like that. Apparently, his publisher never once set foot inside that house either. Seems like Moroku hated anyone intruding on his private life. Toasty, you're climbing on the keyboard again, baby. I know you're not hungry because I feed you 3 times a day and give you snacks. And you don't feel too skinny. I keep telling you, you can't boredom eat. If you boredom eat, you'll end up just like me. And that's a hard habit to break. So basically, if we are to learn about his private life, our only option is to rummage through that mansion. That's right. I also looked into what was recorded in that T-tape. The girl disappeared half a year ago. She was last seen at an intersection about a 5-minute stroll from the Moroku residence. I see. So that's why there are regular patrols around that area. But if that happened half a year ago, why are they still maintaining that patrol route? As it turns out, a number of other girls have disappeared around that area too. They're ancient cases though, so I didn't have time to dig through them. Onyx, Toasty, come on. How about this? Come on. Onyx, Toasty. Let's go. Ow. Let's go. Onyx, you too. Out the door, out the door. Come on, Onyx. Onyx. Come on, Onyx. I don't mind them crawling all over the desk. They're cats, they have their social needs. But if Onyx is just going to bully and fight Toasty, not for any particular reason, but because he's jealous and wants to monopolize my time, out the door they both go. That concludes my report. Good work. Well then, shall we head straight to the Moroku residence? We must unveil the truth that lurks within the darkness. And what a darkness there is. We go our separate ways at Kasoji Station just like yesterday, and each get on the train. New information. Yakumo Moroki, born in 1944, age 55, unmarried. Hometown of Tokyo, surgical intern after graduation. Sudden debut as new popular author at age 27. 1979 release of Dark Fairy Tales, kids horror book collection, became a bestseller, becomes famous as horror author. Last work, Old Bamboo Cutter's Dream, about Princess Kaguya. About Princess Kaguya. Is this Dad? This can't be Dad. I reached the Moroku residence without any particular trouble today. Another wonderful night. I feel like we'll make great progress in our investigation. You got here fast today. Well, I learned after my trip here yesterday. Anyway, same plan as yesterday? Yeah. You and someone else go to investigate. The other one stays behind to keep watch. Sounds alright with you? Yeah, that's fine. Well, if there's a flaw to this plan... Ban looks towards the Moroku residence. It might be the fact that we already explored most of the mansion yesterday. What about the exterior, outside and around the house? We already checked the hallway, the living room, and the bedroom, but there are no other rooms. Which is also super weird. Where does he shit? Where does he eat? Where does he cook? Hang on for a second. From the outside, the mansion looks like it would have a second floor, or at least an attic. But from what we saw yesterday, we didn't find any stairs anywhere, right? Wait a moment. It doesn't necessarily have to be stairs, right? Maybe there's a ladder hidden somewhere. Rose makes a good point. I missed those details on my first day of investigation. Let's take one more look around the rooms. Also, kitchen, bathroom, storage. That's all we can do. Just have to use our feet, eyes, and hands. Time's wasting. Let's get this started. Alright. Ban or Rose? Let's bring Ban with us first. It feels like he is pretty good at investigation. So his strengths are shining more outside of roaming the hallways. But he might have a sharp eye for details. So first we'll take a look outside again, just in case anything's changed. Any letters? Spray paint it. D-Man? It's a text, has to be D-Man. If it was a call, it's like, oh no, she's already telling me to get out. How are you? It's D-Man. Prepare the next riddle. Repeatedly hurry to the movement of the monster that moves without rest. The monster that moves without rest. Look at that later. Investigation takes priority. Nuh-uh. It's gotta be the clock. What? Another phone call. As he stepped into the room, the loud ringing suddenly stopped. Also, I see a basket here that wasn't there yesterday. Shh, don't surprise me like that. Should check it out just in case. After we check the monster that moves without stopping. Long hand forward. But nothing happens. It said repeatedly move with it, right? When I spin the long hand, the clock makes a noise. I open the glass door and a card falls out of it. I figured that maybe the reason we hadn't gotten a D-mail the first time through is because the doors were locked. And now that it's unlocked, we've given D-Man access. The D card. Devil mail. Emails sent by the devil. If you read them, you'll kill someone. Is that what these D-mails are? Some murderers have mentioned this urban legend when interrogated. The motives for the murders are unknown, as the attackers claim to be tempted by an evil spirit. In some cases, the victim and killer had never met. The only thing in common in each case was mention of the devil. No traces of these mails are ever found, and no one remembered the contents exactly except the subject line. It was that ex-detective guy who told me about these cases, though they came from a police officer he knew. So, a friend of a friend of a friend. Unluckily for me, this was like the exact kind of case I enjoy. They're fun to work on, but I never get any compensation for it. I went and put an ad in a magazine with a warning not to open the mail, in the hopes of finding someone who knew something. I got one response, and met with them. My purpose, then, was to identify the sender. The IP address provider didn't exist, and I hit a dead end. A few months passed after I started investigating. That's when I got the mail myself on my cell, like it was coming after me. I went mad with joy when I saw devil mailed with the subject line. What do you think was inside? An endless string of 4 letters. Lisa. You know, I feel like I've seen an AI with that name, but that's not important right now. Those letters sound familiar? It was a case for Mr. K. The spirit had gotten long. This has gotten long, so time to wrap up. But there's one more thing I'd like to mention that might be making you curious. That is, of course, who killed me? Don't be alarmed. The reason's not important, but curses have no effect on me. At any rate, the ex-detectives of the Lisa case, so focus on your own problems. Best of luck to you, D-Man. So is he saying, don't worry about me being killed, or don't worry, I'm immune to curses, I didn't get killed? What's that, some kind of card game? Honestly, I'm not really sure. Okay, phone. I take the handset and put it to my ear. I don't hear anything. Yeah, it stopped ringing. Is the line connected? I turn on the flashlight and follow the telephone line coming from behind the shelf. I notice something stuck in between the storage shelf and the wall. I wedge my hand in, but the crevice is too small and I can't reach it. Then move the shelf. Find something. There's something stuck between the shelf and the wall. The space is so tight my hand can't reach inside. Then let's move the shelf. Yeah. That's the obvious solution. Genia Purinsu even has muscles. He's an underground fighter. But he's got no brains. Just like, ugh. Examine the shelf first. Nothing interesting inside, then move it. I'll give you a hand. Bat and I go to the sides and... Now shrimp. This thing is far heavier than it looks. Just need to move it a little bit. Don't hurt yourself, old man. I'm not a senior citizen, damn it. Here it goes. We move it a step or two and set it back down. Damn it. Almost threw out my hip here. So, did you get the thing? Yeah, it was on the floor. So what do you think it was? Quit playing around and show it to me. I light up the object with the flashlight and show him. It's a cassette tape labeled H. It looks like it was worth putting my hip at risk. I wonder what's recorded on this tape. I could guess what's recorded on the tape. What is this, old fruit? A rattan basket, fruits inside are all black. The fruits inside the basket are so old they've all turned completely black. I plucked one fruit off what seems to be a bunch of bananas. Females? Discolored bananas? Is there a Steins Gate influence here? Also, why did I pick up a rotten banana? Phone. Banana. Banana phone. No banana phone. And there's nothing else in this room. A single nail for hanging things. Examining the doors is just step inside to the next room. Is there really no bathroom or kitchen or dining room? This is a mansion, but it feels more like a guest house. More spots on the bed than he expected. There's nothing to do but listen to the tape then. Still not finding a way up. Brought the replacement battery. New battery from pocket, swap the batteries. So here comes the tape. Tape H. A cassette tape labeled H. It's a recording of a girl in agonizing pain as her limbs are being cut off, as well as a calm voice of what seems to be Yakumo Miroku. Spoilers! I wonder what could be here. No sound comes out of the speakers. Hey, you sure the battery's good? We can hear the tape going. Well, the tape is spinning just fine. Maybe it just hasn't got to the part where there's sound. Suddenly, the phone from the next room rings. What the heck's going on? The ghost doesn't want us to hear her torture. Are we supposed to answer the phone? But the tape is still spinning inside the boombox. Let's go take a look. We could also bring the boombox with us. I summon up some courage, take the handset and put it to my ear. Radio noise. I hear something that sounds similar to when tapes are played back. I listen to the headset, just hoping to hear something else. Our author friend is truly demented. I almost fling the handset away in response to the scream that pierced my ear. Well, hey, what happened? I'm alright, it's nothing. I can't afford to miss any of it. I immediately return the handset to my ears once again. It hurts so much, please, just end it. Just kill me already. What the hell is this? I hear a girl's voice pleading desperately. From further away, I hear the murmur of an old man. Sorry, I want to try to keep you alive. Maybe this is how Kakuya was made. Maybe Kakuya was made because this guy kidnaps pretty young girls and then cuts them apart, kills them, tries to keep them alive, and so he's created a doll-like ghost with a really huge grudge. But that might be impossible with all four limbs cut off. He's into the Guro dojins. The phone ended with a man's statement. It ended. Judging by your expression, I'm not sure if I want to hear what you heard, but I guess I have to. Tell me what you heard. Alright. I described the girl's scream and the voice of the man who apologized. He wanted to be a doctor. So he was doing these experiments as part of that grim interest. If what he said about cutting off all four limbs is literal and true, then this is a recording of something truly terrible. The entire time I heard a sound that sounded like a tape noise. I couldn't hear it directly, but I think it was what's recorded on the H-tape. All four limbs cut off, huh? What the hell is this guy thinking, apologizing when he's the one doing it? Sounds like the logic of a psycho. There's no point in thinking about it. We're trying to figure out why he became a psycho. So, we still have H-tape in my possession, right? It's not in my possession. I'll probably want to pick that up then. Girl doll in a mask. Girl with doll arms in a mask. Girl. Oh. The little duck. Got my tape back. So, she's got feet. It's hard to feel truly scared in games like these, because it's a visual novel that goes screen by screen. Even the ghost fights, it's all menu. But this unnerves me. The hell? I want to imagine he walked right past it, got the tape, walked back out, stopped, turned around, then noticed. I can't contain my shock as my flashlight lights up an object on the ground. I gather myself and look at it again. Is this a doll? I think he'll find that if he touches it. The arms, sure, but the body and head probably aren't. The object sitting on the bed seems to be a little girl doll. I'm no doll expert, but I can tell that it's more sloppily made than the Kakuya doll. It's an early model. Its clothes are dirty and there are a couple of reddish-black stains on it. It's wearing a weird mask. What the hell is this mask supposed to be? It has a beak. So is it a bird? Who cares? Let's check it out. I guess if we must. I try pulling on the mask to remove it. But it won't budge. Almost as if it's glued on. I'm surprised it hasn't grabbed at him for trying to take the mask off. I ignore it for now and take a look at the clothes. I notice a reddish black stain there. Bloodmetry. This might be a blood stain. Looks like blood. Maybe I'll give it a try. I let out a breath to relax and press my fingertips to the blood. I hear a sniffling, crying sound. Along with it, I begin to hear a quiet voice. Open your third eye, that barely got us anything. We just heard a crying girl who was famished. Purinsu. Hey, is something wrong? No, I'm alright. I heard a voice. The voice was saying famished. What kind of name is famish? It means hungry. Wait, is that a serious question? No, I mean, I'm saying that I have no idea what they mean by famished. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, the word famished means hungry. Famished isn't uncommon in English. I'm going to assume that the localizers had to make a choice. That either the little girl was from a different region and used a particular word that's not too known to wherever Guinea is from, or maybe an old-fashioned word that isn't in much use anymore. Like I said, people use famished even to this day. So, it makes you wonder, like, what English word could have fit if it's supposed to be a quaint regionalism, or if it's supposed to be an obsolete word? That's the first time I've ever heard it. Is it from a weird dialect? Let's just leave this for another time. It's a waste of time explaining it. In English, it just makes them sound book dumb, which is why I do have to wonder what word was used in the original Japanese. It's strange that a doll would be hungry, but that's what it sounds like it's saying. The doll is hungry. Are you a doll that likes bananas? I take the dried fruit from my bag and place it on top of the doll's lap. The mask makes a sound and then the mask falls on the doll's lap. Pheasant map, dried up fruit used, and there's no more interacting with the doll. The head just looks like a doll head. Which makes me wonder. They're not really examining the doll. Maybe this attempt was, can I keep the girl alive if I take off the hands, the arms, the legs, and the head? Or maybe it starts with the limbs, and then goes to the head, and then goes to the organs. We don't know what Mr. Miroku was all doing with his experiments. I thought he was just a pedophile. And now I'm kind of wishing it was only that, and not kidnapping girls to experiment on them, cut their limbs off, see how much they can lose while staying alive, is all we know so far. I'm sure it gets worse than that, especially if my suspicions are right and this is how the Kaguya doll was made. Kaguya let slip that she has a dad. If we learn about her or her dad's secret, NG, she'll kill us. Looks like an oddly colored pheasant head, meant to be hung on something. Looks pretty alright. Maybe it was hung up here. Here's something move in the hallway. What's going on? I quickly remove the mask, but the shaking won't stop. You've activated the mansion's self-destruct. Hey, look! A secret door. Like, they were all going off about, well, where's the stairs? Where's the ladder? How do you get to the attic? This big mansion only has a hallway, a living room, and a bedroom. Where's the kitchen? Where's the dining room? Where's the toilet? Where's the bathroom? The hallway entrance appears at the mud wall in front of me. Whoa, seriously? Is this a ninja lair or something? This is the first time I've seen an actual real trapdoor. But it looks like we saw a glimpse of the true face of the owner of this place. What are you talking about? It turns out that Miroku builds his house the way my Sims do. Don't blame me, but if Sims 2 and Sims 3 is going to give me different colored ghosts for different causes of death, I'm going to end up making a cellar full of people trapped in their urns after I've given them an assortment of deaths. And one kennel for whoever still needs a starvation death. There's only one type of person who would build something like this. A paranoid person. Someone who is possessed by something. Possessed by what? That is $1 million question, kid. I think we have the answers for that $1 million questions. We might not have all the whys, but we have plenty of whats. Come on. It's time to see where this hidden passage leads. We make our way down the extremely narrow path from the hidden entrance. It's really cramped. Well, there are rooms on both sides. This path probably goes between the two rooms. At the end of the path, there's another door. Looks like this is our only option. Let's see where this leads. Maybe the reason Kakuya has chosen Gania for this is because maybe she recognizes that we are a way of ending her curse, removing her grudge and releasing her. I hear something walking on the roof. Okay, that one almost made me jump. You hear something walking on the roof, so maybe you put the flashlight up to see if there's an interaction spot and a ghost falls down screaming. And those ghosts are purely for us, the players. And never comment on it. No one ever sees those ghosts but us. Beyond that door. I open the door, and I am shocked to be looking at the front entrance of the Moroku residence. What? Hold on. Shotomate. Is this really possible? Huh? Maybe this is his real room. The real house. Like the front entrance is a fake. And then the real house is back here. I mean, I don't believe it either, but it's actually happening. Hold on a second. Keep calm. Chill out and take a look around. What I notice is that the secret door I thought we opened earlier is now closed. Everything else seems to be the same. Why is the entrance to the secret passage closed again? I don't have a damn clue. I am positive that we entered the secret passageway and opened the door. Did something happen the moment we went through the door? That thought gives me an idea. Hey, we entered from the door located at the front entrance, right? So what happens if we try to leave? Like doing the opposite of what we just did? Yeah. If we end up back at the secret passage by doing that. I really did not want to think about it, but doesn't it seem like we'd be stuck in here? That's bad. Come on, let's try going outside. A bunch of letters across the screen. I rush open the door, and once going outside, I see the unchanged Moroku residence once again. So we did loop. I mean, look at this. Look at this. 2 windows at the front. That's the bedroom. That's the living room. 2 windows at the side. That's the bedroom. What's that? We have a very flat house in a house that is more 3-dimensional than the map gives us. Phew, that's a relief. You scared me there for a second. Rose, our lookout, looks at the two of us with a confused expression on her face. You two certainly look like you're having fun. Did something happen? Yeah, you see. I retell what happened when we went through the secret passageway. Really? I can't believe it, but it must be true if you're saying it. Piecing all the information together, it seemed like when you entered the secret passage, you entered a different Moroku residence. A different Moroku residence? How's it different? I'm not sure. It could be different in time and situation, just some specific state. We traveled to a Moroku residence in a different state by entering that door, is what I mean. If we had to come up with an explanation, that's a hypothesis that makes the most sense. Assuming that you're correct, how is it even possible? There are some extremely powerful curses and thoughts that sometimes cause phenomena like this. Stairs that take you to the same floor, or an intersection that leads to the same place. I guess there was an intersection like that in Deathmark, wasn't there? These are examples I've heard from someone who actually experienced them firsthand. I don't believe that at all, but I guess I have to since it's actually happening. If we're experiencing this phenomenon, then it means there are a great many dangers ahead. Are you going to continue investigating? We have to. I'm fully prepared to face these dangers. If he goes ahead, he might die. If he doesn't go ahead, he might die. So what choice does he really have? I've gotten through it up until now. This is nothing. Attaboy. That's the one thing about you that I like. Alright. Let us continue our investigation. Maybe let's switch partners. This is spiritual curse business now. We're outside the realm of the mundane. And so we need to put our mundane investigator aside. So is it a different house now? The moment I enter the room, I hear something from the back. Is that a boombox? You've seen the... Don't tell me you've forgotten! I hear the button being pressed once again, and the noise from the tape stops. I thought the sound was going to be the door locking behind us. Interestingly, this bed has the extra menu for bloodmetry or to use items. There's a cassette tape in the boombox, labeled A. Again? It's an important clue. We have to listen to it, even if you don't want to. I rewind the tape and press the play button. And immediately, a shuddering voice is heard. Gross. I'm guessing that's in the process of losing her limbs. Oh, more screaming. A girl screaming fills the room, and then it finally goes quiet. We hear silence for a bit, and then... Don't worry, it's just your legs. I'm knowledgeable in treatment as well, but now... The man's calm voice is cut off by the tape stopping. If he wants to cut off limbs and keeps the girls alive. I get the guy's ancient and born in like 1940 whenever, right? And so, by this point in 1999, he's like 55 or so. But we understood even back then that even if you tourniquet the leg above the separation point and amputate the leg to prevent further blood loss, there's still a whole lot of blood that's inside the leg that is no longer circulating in the body. That's still a lot of blood loss, simply from the body losing access to whatever was circulating in there that's no longer coming back. So at the very minimum, he would want to have 1, the tourniquet, 2, blood transfusion going on to maintain her blood levels of the right blood type, and 3, hopefully some sedatives, and it doesn't sound like he's got sedatives involved here. I doubt that he's got a tourniquet as basic as that. This guy wanted to be like a doctor and was a medical intern for a while. I'm going to assume that these killings, these experiments have been going on for a good long while. Which makes me wonder, how much medical knowledge is he even aware of by this point? If he's doing basic things like, if I cut off their legs, can I keep them alive? That's pretty basic. I don't have medical experience. Just some first aid, lifesaver training on the basic surface level. And he's experimenting to try to find out how to get to my basic surface level of knowledge. Double check to make sure the tape's done and then eject it. I'm just saying, I don't think that this guy has much medical know-how, is what I'm getting at. Like, obviously off the bat. Kidnapping children, experimenting on them violently, resulting in their death is pretty horrific, but he's doing all this when the guy could just open a book. Of course he became a horror novelist after this. Because that's what he does know. Obviously, he doesn't know much about medicine, but he does know about being a creepy old guy that kidnaps children and performs horrors at them. He's writing his own memoirs. That was excruciating. Yeah, seriously. The screams were buried in my ear. Why are just your legs and knowledgeable in the field of treatment important? Thinking about it, the owner of the mansion, Yakumo Miroku, was aspiring to be a surgeon. Is the male voice of the tape Miroku? I would think so. I don't know how many other men are associated with this house. and have some, even minimal, amount of a medical background. Another doll with more bloodstains. There's nothing else to do with eating bananas. So there's more masks. I feel like then the masks are leading me to different states. So if, for example, I try to use the pheasant mask on this, it probably won't have the same outcome. Yeah. We need to get the new mask to make more progress through there. Alright. Now Rose gets to see how the blood... Rose gets to see the blood mystery firsthand. It's her turn to get some spook in. A doll again. I know this doll wasn't here before. I'm starting to be convinced of Rose's theory about the other Miroku residents. Taking a look at the clothes it's wearing, I can see a slight stain... A light stain on the abdomen? Take your pick! Slowly breathe out. Bring my fingertip closer to the stain on the clothes. I'm hearing what sounds like crying again. And from afar, the girl's voice saying, "She's cold and wants her okaza." This time I hear words I can understand. Again, in the English localization, famished is unusual to him, so it's either a different dialect or old-fashioned. Oh well. Cold. Is that what she was saying? Yeah, I heard it clearly this time. Cold. Mom. Unfortunately, I don't see a heater here. But we have incense and we have charcoal. If we could do anything about it here... If we can't do anything about it here, we would just have to carry her somewhere where we can. Like, put her in blankets. Or... bamboo charcoal. Get it to light. I guess we gotta carry the girl corpse doll then. Carry the doll, carry it. The only other room that we could really use is the bedroom. It feels heavier than an actual child. Careful, dolls won't help you lift them. It'll probably feel heavier than a child. Makes sense. Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Alright, the question is, where should we carry it to? The second bed in the bedroom had an interaction on it. Like a use object here interaction. Let's tuck her... We'll tuck her into the blankets. Cold and crying for mom, so we tuck her in, and not only is she warm, but we tuck her in like a parent would its baby. You can't investigate while carrying the doll. Oh, I can wear my flashlight, but I can't click on interaction points. I wonder if they're going to use this effect here to, like, limit what I can do, because my hands are full, but I'm being chased by something. Entering the bedroom, my eyes immediately shift toward the bed. Those blankets are obviously high quality. I'm sure she won't be cold in that. Alright, there it is. I'll lay it down on the bed in the back. You move the blanket aside. As you wish. Okay, here you go. I lay the doll on the sheets and place the duvet over it. I thought it was gonna be the other one, and not, the dusty bed that hasn't been used, and not the one covered in stains that made me worried. Now let's see how she feels. She shouldn't feel cold anymore. Let me ask her again. I put my fingertip under the blankets. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be the memory, not directly the current condition. But we could probably light the charcoal to get some more heat going. It's no use, she's saying the same thing. Oh wait. I realized that I was overlooking something important. Mom. Huh? I think she wants a mother. Well, don't look at me. Sorry, Rose, but you're the only woman we got here. Tuck her in, pat her forehead, and give her a kiss. You're closer than I am, right? Well, the doll definitely isn't satisfied. Now, what should we do? Seems to want a mother. Hey, Rose. Sorry, but can you handle this? She really doesn't want to. But I have an image to uphold. Sorry, but we really don't have the time to care about things like that right now. Fine, but only because you're my disciple. I know I'm the one asking you to do this, but what are we supposed to do here? Essentially, we need the doll to feel some motherly warmth. She's gotta get into bed with it. I think an imitation of breastfeeding would be best. Really? I mean, this isn't even a toddler that we're talking about here. This is like a child-aged child. Climbing into bed, hugging the doll, and like petting its hair, saying, okay, go to sleep now, hush hush. That's probably motherly. Wait, seriously? You're going to... No, I'm not going to actually feed it. I'll just sleep next to it and lull it to sleep like mothers do. Yeah, duh! Here, like this. Slipping under the blanket next to the doll, Rose speaks to it as she rubs its head. Oh, you must have been so scared. It's all right now. Mom's here with you. There's nothing to worry about anymore. That's exactly what I was thinking. She rushes straight through. I could breastfeed it. The scary dream is over now. Hush now. Go to sleep. You know, Powder would have been a natural at this. Like when we had the baby-faced turtles, her first instinct was to pick it up, hug it, comfort it like this. I hear a clack from the mask. Hey, Purinsu. Rose crawls out of the blankets. She's holding on to a dog mask. It just came off on its own. Maybe this means that the dog had been released from her thoughts. The doll has been released from her thoughts. Now that she mentions it, I remember the mask coming off on its own when I gave the doll fruit. Yeah, maybe. Oh, and there's this as well. A hand towel. It was wrapped around the doll's mouth. The doll's mouth? I assume it must have been used as a gag. The screams I heard at the tape replay themselves in my head. I pick up the doll from the bed. Rose helps me, and we put it back in the living room where it was originally, because putting things in its proper place is super important right now. Again, it's a doll with a blank face. I bet you there's a child's torso, though. Unless the dolls are 100% fully dolls, like Mary in the first game. And these are simply meant to be representative of the children that were killed. But this makes me think. We're currently in the pheasant mask version of the house. And now we could access the dog mask version of the house. Do you think maybe the Okina mask was the original version of the house? Like an old man's face, but part is worn off with a large dent on the back of the mask. Maybe this one represents Muroku himself. And so we couldn't use it in the previous state or this state because that's the original state, and we're beyond that state, much of the same way that we can't use the pheasant mask anymore. Once again, the entrance to the secret passage appears. What mask do we have to use to get a state of the house where there's a bathroom and kitchen? As expected. If our working theory is correct, there should be another Miroku residence ahead. 7:08. I'll give this one more hour. Because I do want to give Onyx a walk. And if there's no neighbors out to scare him, those tend to go from half an hour to an hour. Do you want to cook for Fennec before he gets home? Maybe get some training stuff in? Come on, let's go. No footsteps on the roof this time. And no ghosts falling down from the roof this time either. As we thought, the door in the secret passageway connects to the front entrance of the residence. The entrance doesn't look any different aside from the passageway entrance being closed. Okay, so what spooks are we gonna get this time? When I enter the room, I hear the sound of someone knocking on the front entrance door. Is that just going to be Ban telling us, hey, it's time to go? Who's there? Is it Ban? No, he has a cell phone. Let's go check just in case. After I scan around, nothing else to interact with. Okay. Who can it be now? Bow, bow. Going outside, Ban is standing around and being a good lookout. What? Looking for something? No. Hey, did someone come by just now? The hell? What are you talking about? I mentioned the sound that I just heard. I kinda felt like someone was delivering mail or something. So I came to check just in case. Well, obviously no one's been here. If the knock was that loud, I would have heard it too. You didn't hear it? Nope. Well, considering everything else going on at this place, there must be some sort of reason. Maybe you should take a quick look outside. Well, he says sounds like mail, and there's a mailbox right here. My hand bumps into something. A cassette tape labeled S, and a sparkler. I understand the tape, but why is there a sparkler in here? Looking closer, I see scorch marks on the tip of the firework. I have apprehensions that the sparkler was used for torture purposes. Looks like it was lit, but the flame went out before it reached the end. Well, the obvious answer would be harassment. He probably didn't talk to his neighbors much. I see. And nothing else out here. Ghost crawled out, left some mail, crawled back up, and he's watching the street so he didn't see anything. That clock is very loud right now. Feels louder than usual. Next doll is no doll until I play the tape. Is this tape also going to spoil the contents? Like tape 8, before we even played it, you could look at the inventory and it tells you exactly what's in there. Like the other tapes, a recording of a young girl who fell victim to Miroku. Well, now we have confirmation that yes, it is his voice. I put tape S in the boombox, press a button, and let out a sigh. There's a long period of idle sounds, and then a scream, along with a loud noise. The sound makes me gnaw my lips. I never thought it'd be so stressful just to listen to screams. The girl repeatedly screams, "Give it back!" I don't want to imagine what she wants back. Her limbs! Soon the screams grew distant, and I hear a man's voice once again. Always so-called. No need to worry. It's just one arm. Let's take our time and cut it while I treat it. The sound cuts off there. I think I finally understand what this man was doing to these girls. It took him this long. It's clear from the other tapes that he's been cutting off the hands and legs of the victims. He's even saying, "while I treat it." So, he's not trying to murder the girls. So he has to have some objective that's making him cut off their arms and legs. I don't get it. Why the hell would anyone need to cut the arms and legs off of anyone? 'Cause he's trying to create a cursed doll. Like Mary? Like what Kakuya apparently seems to be? This could be her papa. Obviously, this isn't a question that any sane person could answer. It is met by suffocating silence. Let's continue investigating. I get the feeling that we're approaching the answer to that question. I wonder if this is going to be another short one, like Kaneko's case was. Another living room doll. This doll, 1, is naked with the head backwards, but 2, it does make it more apparent that the doll bodies are doll bodies. And that there aren't children's corpses with the limbs attached to it. I don't know where I'm going to get your arm, though. I find another unfamiliar doll sitting in front of the coffee table. Here we go again. Something about this doll immediately jumps out as different. Is this one naked? This doll doesn't seem like it's wearing clothes. And just like the other dolls, there's a red stain on it. I hear some sniffling and crying. Then I begin to hear a quiet voice. She wants to go to school, this one. I had the flyer for a ballet school. That's the closest thing I have to school. They never make this easy, do they? I think the voice I heard was saying, "I want to go to school." But how would I make that wish come true? Oh. Plus it's naked. We have a sailor uniform. Unisex, kids, sailor uniform with the unique collar. Goes well with both pants and skirt. We've also got cute socks. Kids' socks with a pattern of little bird wings. So is this going to be a child that wasn't even school age yet and wanted to go to school just like its big brother and sister? Or was a student, friends there, gets kidnapped, just wants to go back to that safe place? Let's give it a sailor uniform. I take out the sailor uniform and put it on the doll. I'll help. Putting clothes on a doll ends up being a lot tougher than I thought. Working together, the two of us finally managed to push the hands and legs through. My goodness, a stylist job is exhausting. This is probably tougher because this heavy doll isn't helping at all. Hey! Don't say that right in front of her, she can hear you. I step back and look at how it turned out. The ticking clock and the silence continue to drone on and on. That's weird, nothing's happening. 'Cause she's only in the shirt. She needs more than the shirt. Is a school uniform not enough? Well, we didn't take her to school. Seriously? I don't want to think about taking this doll out of here and taking it to a school. The closest school is pretty far from here. Well, I'm out of ideas. It'll take me a while to come up with something else. Looks like Rose has given up. I really don't think that Ban is going to have any ideas, but I think he will. At the very least, we'll have him pretend to be a teacher. Switch partners. A lot more partner swapping this time around than in the previous chapters. The first one was mostly only required if you brought Seiji, because he can't do boats. And so because he can't do boats, he got no choice but to take Karu. What more could we do to grant this doll's wish of wanting to go to school? Hey, Purinsu, sit next to her. Already using his teacher voice, huh? What are you talking about, old man? Listen, just shut up and sit down. Also, I'm not Ban. From now on, you call me Mr. Ban, you got that? Say what?
Huh?
Though it feels ridiculous, I sit down next to the doll as Ban ordered. Alright, let's review what we learned in our history lesson last time. So, when did Columbus make it to America? Purinsu, what's the answer? Ban, pretending to be a teacher, calls on me like I'm a student in his class. What the hell? Something about the ocean blue. Alright, it's 1942, right? I feel like these questions are also localized. Good. I'm glad you reviewed what you learned. Alright, next question. I'll ask you... Ban points at the doll and throws out a question. What year was the Emancipation Proclamation signed? Oh man, I don't remember Sakamoto Ryoma being involved with that one. However, the doll continues to stay silent. Fine, I guess I could help keep this going for a bit. Yo, Mr. Ban, don't you think that question's too difficult for an elementary schooler? Oh, good point, my bad. You're doing a terrible job as a teacher. What did you say? You runt. That's no way to talk to a teacher. What kind of teacher calls a student a runt? Jeez. That's it. Come here, you little... Oh, you want to fight, you fraud? Then, the next moment. It's not really schooled until you have a fight with the teacher. Either that, she's like, oh shit, I'm out of here. With a clack sound, the doll's mask comes off. Hey, did you just see that? No way. All it took was a half-assed act like that? What are you talking about? That was a class lesson no matter how you slice it. I was teaching my ass off there. I'll have you know that I've got a teaching license from my college days. Wouldn't trust it. Well, as it happens, you don't count. Anyway, it worked. You should show some more gratitude. Monkey mask. Hey, there's something else on the floor. Shining the light around my feet, I see. Hard shoes. I don't know about the shoes, but the mask is probably for. Yep, probably. Let's give it a try. So, as far as extras go, we got hard shoes, like a ballerina would wear. Sparkler, hand towel, cute socks, Loch Descan, a lake on Swan Lake. Rose had said that that's for the little ones who aren't quite ready for point shoes yet. So it's basically littler children. Littler children this ghost was. Well, to the next house. Monkey mat. Hey! Pheasant, dog, monkey, Momotaro. So this is probably the last one then. The entrance to the secret passage appears. This is the same as always. And he said the first was an Onika mask, right? Okina mask. Getting lots of Elden Ring. Okini style, no mask list. Oldest of the no mask. Rounded eyebrow, serpented chin. So kind of like the filthy spirit in Spirited Away that gets purified with a bath. That mask. This is the same as always. I wonder if that's true for what's up ahead. I feel like Ban was trying to imply something with those words. Let's just be careful and move forward. Because first mask in the first house was the Okina mask of the old man. Then pheasant, dog, monkey are the companions of Momotaro, which is why I felt that maybe this is the last one. And it does look like shit's gotten heavy. I step into the secret passageway and notice something strange. Hey, is this... So many potentials for our bloodmetry. The walls are covered in red streaks that look like someone was cleaning off a brush. Is this blood? Yeah. It's time to do your thing. Right. I had just finished adjusting my breathing, so I reached toward a section of the bloodstains. A scream shrieks down directly above our heads. This investigation was going so smoothly, I completely forgot about the whole screaming aspect of this haunting. She wanted us to not look. Don't look inside, don't look inside. We haven't even made it to the attic, but it seems like she really doesn't want us to see the memory of her death. My vision immediately grows white, and all my strength drains to my limbs. Ugh, I have to move immediately, or I'll die. But do I still have the strength to escape? We get a sequence. What should I do? Head to the front door? Fall to the floor? Escape using the door behind? Fall to the floor! Good. The screaming apparently stopped when we all fell to the floor the first time. No, I don't have enough strength to escape. Then I should choose something that will let me stall death for even a second longer. I hold my head and fall on top of the big bloodstain. Instead of wasting energy fleeing until he dies anyway, choosing to fall onto the bloodstain, still making contact. Then, is this a memory from that blood? My blood tree activates. The screaming voice disappears, and I hear the high-pitched cry of a bird that sounds like it's communicating with others. Was that a crane cry? The friendly cranes were calling out to each other. If that's the clue to stop this sound, then what should I do? Be friendly with Ban? Can we bring ourselves to do that? Scream, make Ban scream. Play my phone ringtone. Bad? That's a game over! But everyone likes the song, though. There's no way I could scream like that. I mean, you're telling me that that ringtone isn't going to soothe the ghost spirits? Yanking on my phone, I play a random ringtone. But the volume's too low. I can hardly even hear it because the screaming is so loud. Damn it, it's not working! Lukewarm liquid gushes out of my ears. My sight rapidly darkens. The screaming recedes into darkness. I feel like the solution... I cannot advance with the current partner. I was gonna say, I feel like the solution is to bring Rose in because girls scream louder and better, yada yada yada. But Gania was able to scream pretty loud to wake all of his neighbors up. So even if not Ban, if Ban's no screamer, he woke up his entire neighborhood screaming. But nah, if you want to scream, you have to get a girl. That's what the game is saying. Come, Rose, let's go see ghosts. And then to scroll past all this, because we gotta look at all this again before we could resume. Impromptu mukbang. Fall to the floor. Everybody walk to the dinosaur. And so, because the ghost is crying out like a crane, we gotta cry out like a crane. Rose scream. It's kind of a shame that it tells you cannot advance with your partner for this, though. Because you can kind of figure it out. If you're screaming and Ban's screaming doesn't work, why not bring someone else to scream? I tell Rose to scream through gestures. Scream! Pretend you're a bird and scream. And then she starts sounding like the albatross in Little Mermaid. It looks like my message gets through because Rose rears back and screams. However, I can't hear it at all. Damn it, I guess this is it. My despair turns to resignation, and then my consciousness leaves me. Same as me. That's all I hear as I slip into darkness. An unknown amount of time passes. Someone's voice brings me back to my senses. Are you awake, Purinsu? I take a second to gather my senses. Did the screaming stop? What are you talking about? Yes, it stopped, thanks to your advice. And well, also thanks to my voice training. I never knew I could scream so loudly. So that means... I see. So we're saved. Unfortunately, this is neither heaven nor the Sanzu River. We are still living out this current life. As long as I'm alive, I don't care. Clear, but are we any closer to clearing the investigation? Anyway, I look up at the ceiling of the passageway. That scream, it came from directly above us, right? Yeah, that's what it felt like. I'd guess that there's a room above here. But it doesn't look like there's a ladder hidden anywhere. Ah, she was screaming too much! This is why the voice actors, part of why I didn't want to unionize. Because sometimes the conditions are too rough on them. They're made to scream too much and it hurts their throats. It kills their moneymaker. Hey, are you alright? Yeah, it's nothing too serious. I've just strained my throat from all that screaming. I watch Rose rubbing her throat. I can tell she has yelled herself raw, which is to be expected after belting out a scream like that. I never expected that I'd have to match a crane's cry with just my voice. Some pieces mimic cranes with a shakuhachi or kokyu, but I'd never heard it done vocally. Shakuhachi's that flute made of bamboo, right? What's a kokyu again? You're a high schooler, so what's a crude comparison I can give you? It's like a Japanese violin. You pluck the pulled strings with a bow to make sound, so it's very similar to the violin. I see. I'll keep that in mind. Ah, yes. Please embrace knowledge. The way she's been flirting ever since she met him, knowledge is what she calls her tits. I also hope that your desire to learn will be reflected in your next report card. Now let's get back to investigating. Yeah, we're still running out of time. It's already 7:35. I got a cat to walk and dinner to make. The other Miracle residents should be just ahead, right? True. Well then, let's go. Mask, 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 and 2 doors. Just as we thought. The secret passage connects to the front entrance of the Miracle residence. But the entrance here has an obvious difference from the front entrance from earlier. Hey, look. There are more of those frames. I see. This is starting to get interesting. Let's get the mask out. At that moment, the cell phone vibrated. Don't tell me that the cops are here already. Right, it's almost... Pity. We're out of time for tonight. Hey, it's me. Time to get out of there. What if we just turn the flashlight off and lay low for a bit and wait for the patrol to pass? It wasn't even midnight by the time we got home last time. It's not like they're going to be coming in here or staying outside forever. It's a patrol. They drive around, look around, and if there's nothing out of the ordinary, they leave. Alright, let's go back. This is pretty good for today. Let's go. I guess Purinsu Guinea is telling the truth. We'll finish this up and then leave the rest for tomorrow. Hey, Ban, we're back. Hey, Rose, what's wrong with your voice? She's straining it so much, we won't be able to use it tomorrow. The crane is going to sing, and we'll have to exorcise the ghost right away. Otherwise, we won't be able to replicate the harsh cry she was doing tonight, so we'll have no way out of it, so we have to get into the attic. 1, 2, 3 for the masks. Ladder comes down, we go up. Ghost is like, I told you not to look, starts crying out, and we can't use that anymore. So it'll be do or die. What happened? Were you rocking out or something? Ritsu, I'll leave this one to you. You explain how I saved us. We tell him what happened in the mansion. The 3 dolls and the 3 tapes, and the screaming in the hidden passageway. That scream again, huh? Yes, but this was worse than before. It was trying to kill us. This may seem rude to Rose, but I'm really glad I didn't go with you. Squawking like a bird just isn't me. No one tell him that he did come with us in a previous timeline and he did die with us. If it was you and me, we'd probably be dead right about now. Hey, give me a break. I'm not dying an unsatisfying death like that. Getting back to what we uncovered tonight, those 3 tapes are fascinating. Each one recorded a man dismembering a girl as she screamed and pleaded. What a grotesque hobby. However, he didn't seem like he was just a sadistic deviant. He sounded pretty calm, and kept saying things like, I want to make it so you don't die. He also seemed to be very knowledgeable about what he was doing. So, it's pretty likely that it's Miroku on those tapes. Before he became a children's author, he wanted to be a surgeon. The dots connect. If I recall, Miroku wrote a horror-themed fairy tale. I'm quite curious to see how he tied the dismemberments into his work. I'm absolutely fine never knowing the answer to that. I've read some of his major works myself, but there wasn't anything as weird as that in them. I don't know about his other books, though. Most of his stuff is out of print. The earlier stuff from when he started the dismembering. It seems we'd be more likely to fight his insanity and inquisitiveness in his minor works then. Hey, Purinsu. From what I heard from Ban, your aunt's also a horror novelist. You don't mean? You want me to ask her about Yakumo Miroku? She might know some dark tidbits that only someone who traveled in his circles would know. We won't know unless we try. See what happens when you ask her casually. How do I feel about asking my aunt about this? Unhappy? Yeah, okay. Neutral? Well, I'm not gonna like it, but I'll do it. You look unhappy, but you must realize your life is on the line. You don't have the luxury of being indulgent. Alright, enough chatter for today. Time to split up. Getting called in for questioning be a real pain. Alright, it's all up to you, Purinsu. Au revoir! I say goodbye to them and return to Kisoji Station, heading over to the Black Rabbit. I wonder if Aunt Natsumi will be there. Oh, Gania. What are you doing here at this hour? Her cheeks are looking kind of reddish, and her eyes are cloudy. Forget the bar, she's been hitting the puff-puff. She must have had quite a bit to drink. Have a drink yourself! The guy's only 17. I'm pretty sure drinking age is 20. But is she gonna stop me? None for you, you're underaged. Satomi would glare at me from heaven. I don't want to talk about my mom. I don't have any good memories of life with my real mother. She was nice enough, but she couldn't hold a job, so we lived in poverty. Until Amanome helped me find a part-time job. There were even days when we didn't eat. Anyway, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know an author called Yakumo Miroku? Huh? Where'd you hear that name? A friend of mine is interested in him. I thought you might know him since you write horror novels. Oh, is that so? Yes, I know Moroku well. I loved his books when I was younger. I guess her aunt isn't that old, so I guess he would be active and prolific by the time she was a kid, if he was born in 1944. And if it's 1999 now, she was probably born around 60s, maybe 70s at the absolute latest. Aunt Natsumi starts talking without me having to lead her much. Probably because she's drunk. Nobody could deny her the right to occasionally drink her pain away for at least a little while. Miroko used existing fairy tales as motifs to build his own horror books. Did you know? The Grimm's fairy tales originally had some horrible scenes in them. The famous story of Cinderella is no exception. Her stepsisters cut their feet to try and make the glass slipper fit. They cut their own feet? Yes, that's right. Even if they were doing it to try and marry a prince, that's some serious resolve. It's probably just a coincidence that she chose that particular example. But after listening to those tapes, it didn't leave me with a good feeling. When I was a schoolgirl, I was obsessed with Moroku's dark fairy tales. He put some bold, dark spin of Japanese folktales, just like the Grimm brothers. His unique settings and descriptions earned him a lot of passionate fans. He was pretty amazing, huh? Yes, in some sense he's a genius. Because they're children's stories, they have an informal style, yet they're so realistic. His descriptions of bone, flesh, and blood were so vivid they sent chills up my spine. Like I said, he was already active, so he was putting his work into his work. You don't say. I'm sure Moroku knew a ton about bone, flesh, and blood. Moroku studied medicine before he became an author. I'm sure he was influenced by that. It's pretty weird for a doctor to become an author. His family might have pushed him to become a doctor against his wishes. A lot of his relatives were important members of society. He himself hated worldly things like fame and money. Is that enough background on Moroku? Yeah, that's enough. I didn't think you'd know so much about him. He was my inspiration to become a horror novelist. But I have to say that Satomi was a much more passionate fan of his than I was. I remember that she'd go to great lengths to learn more about him. My mom was that interested in him? I thought Yakumo Moroku was a total stranger, but now I'm learning that he's surprisingly connected through my aunt and late mother. We've been talking for a while now. You should get home. You're gonna stay here long? Yeah. Even if I went home, Ami's not there anyway. Aunt Natsumi. I'm going to lie down in the back. After all, I'll be busy first thing in the morning. Good night. She gets up and walks unsteadily to the inner door, disappearing behind it. I lock the front door of the Black Rabbit and start walking home. As I stroll down the park roads, I pray that Aunt Natsumi can get some sleep. Whereas we are probably going to get another D-mail, and we can't get a night go by without another haunting. No text? Then I guess we'll go home after all. Nope. There's my D-mail. From the D-Man, D-Mail 7. How are you? It's D-Man. I prepared your next riddle. Feed the souls of triplets to the monster that consumes souls. Souls of triplets to the monster that consumes souls. All that can make me think about is a toilet. I can't think of anything else in here that would fit this description. Souls of triplets. The monster that consumes souls. Souls of triplets 1, 2, 3. Starts to trash me with a convenience store. Why the hell am I doing this again? Light catches something in the trash. That's gotta be it. Coins mixed in the trash. Three coins. Feed. Was that from or to the monster? Is there like a... Where have I seen a vending machine? I have seen one, haven't I? Is the monster that consumes souls the coin-operated photo booth? A huge letter D engraved on both sides. 3 coins into the slot. 3 coins used. Then the machine whirs to life. Stepping out at a card in the picture pickup slot. So that's what the ghost from last night was doing, just getting a D card. Spirit Memoirs 7-1, Rabbit Island. Southeast of Tokyo, at the end of the Izu Island chain, which, if you follow it all the way down, goes to the Marianas. An island made up of 100 tiny islands isn't on any map. It's called Rabbit Island. Currently uninhabited, the factories and ruins there indicate people had lived there previously. The only residents are numerous rabbits, and it's said that travelers and fishermen who visit are welcomed by them. Upon further investigation, I couldn't find anyone who had visited when the rumor had spread or where it came from. Official agencies gave me the cold shoulder. Thanks to Mr. K, the investigation has made significant progress in recent years. His family used to supply the military during the war, mostly with antiquities. The only living item, around 10 rabbits Mr. K's grandfather raised as a hobby. What the military did with them is unknown, but soon after the war, the family received a request to retrieve them. The letter only had a map with an X marked on a patch of ocean. Mr. K and his grandfather had always thought that the rabbits had drowned along with the warship. But I realized something when he showed me the map. That's right. It was the location of the rumored Rabbit Island. Things got strange after that. Mr. K, the ex-detective, and I decided to head to the last of the Izu Islands with some assistance. Now that I think about it, Mr. K had a bad feeling about it which ended up being proven correct. But I won't tell you the source of his bad feelings for now. The island was indeed there and full of rabbits. We discovered that the place had felt frozen in time. Memories of horrific battles remained. Human experiments, cannibalism, atrocities beyond imagination made it a natural Eichmann site. It's slightly different from what you're facing now. These are all going to be things from Death Mark 2, aren't they? What's an Eichmann site? Eichmann. Adolf Eichmann was a German-Austrian official of the Nazi Party and officer of the Schutzstaffel, one of the major organizers of the Holocaust. Well, that's a very grim comparison to make. He's putting serious effort into this. And now we go home. Screaming author file updated. We'll see the update. Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look. To think if we didn't turn on scary mode, we wouldn't get that minor little freak out just there. Several tapes contain terrifying yellings of kill. Little girl's kidnapped, her arm and legs are severed. Want to make sure she won't die, what does that mean? Heard the scream of the screaming author. Rose screamed back, would have died if she hadn't. Man, I'm tired. And there goes my haunted phone again. I'm amazed that this many spooks in, and he gets haunted every single night when he's on an active investigation. I'm expecting it. He's clueless. Who could be calling this late? Hello? Hey, who the hell are you? You better cut this out. Just tell her you won't look. I'm like, okay, I won't look. Good night. Damn it, it's the one from yesterday. Bet I'll be waiting for a call all night again. May as well take a shower first. Or check the window. Nothing. Kaneko is the only one that would be out there, apparently. They gave us a window early in the window spook, the second case of the game. Bathroom. Nothing in the water closet. Shower room. Was there a whoosh just then? I felt the window's open. The window is open slightly. Do I have anything to drink after I get out? He's not gonna comment on the window being slightly open? Nothing in the fridge. Get something for the vending machine. Closest vending machine is in front of the cemetery. So, those aren't just stylistic buildings when he opens the window. That is a cemetery. I thought it looked like one. And thought, geez, this guy lives across from a cemetery or what? It turns out he does. What to get? Gotta get spooked for one. Grave surrounded by weeds. Is this where Yuri's buried? Telephone pole has an old light attached to it. I can't help but think that the vending machine is such a popular hotspot that they put the cemetery is a popular hotspot. They put a vending machine there to accommodate guests. What am I going to get? Why green tea? Semi-sparkling cola? Honey natural water? Nata di coco au late. Iron Century water. I like nata di coco. Au late sounds alright. And this is the drink that Saiji got us early on. It's a new Cafe au lait product with nata di coco in it. I buy 2 bottles of nata di coco au lait. Okay then, time to head back. One for me, one for the ghost. As I turn to go, a warm, damp breeze blows past me. Ugh, that breeze was gross. Nothing on caller ID. The ghost girl's got my cell phone number. Moshi mosh. Again with the silent call. Probably the same one from earlier. Wonder how they'll react to the silent treatment back. And it turns out we spent all this time staring down at our phone. That we don't see the ghost right behind us. What is it? Sounds familiar. Sounds to me like a tape deck playing, like a cassette tape playing. Which I thought for a bit, but he's finally noticed. This is TV static. Just like what I heard come from next door yesterday. Okay, TV static, so I was wrong, not a cassette player. Wait, why am I hearing this on the phone? Where's this call coming from? An ominous thought pops into my head. As if they sensed it. The call ends abruptly. I better hurry home. What if they are next door to me? Have we met our next door neighbor? We met some neighbors. When we screamed so loud to get the lights on and scare Kaneko away, but I don't know which neighbors they were. It could be our next door neighbor directly to our left by our bedroom is themselves a spirit. Rushing into my room, I quickly scanned to see if anyone's there. No one, but there was a slight rumbling I heard. Guess the call wasn't coming from here after all. Man, I'm exhausted. Time for a quick shower. After I scanned for security purpose, the window's open. I didn't leave the window open. Nothing catches his eye. Doesn't catch his eye that the blinds are open? I didn't leave it like that. It says don't look on the wall too, with a couple of super tiny handprints. Oh my goodness. That's not even child. That's like 3 years old maybe. He's not gonna comment on it. He doesn't see it, I see it. No ghost girls in the shoe rack. No ghost girls in the fridge. No ghost girls in the cabinet. Any ghost girls in the bathroom? Then it must be safe. I'll take a shower now. He's not even going to put the latch on the door. Forgot to turn it off again. He didn't turn it on. Bathtub is empty. Man, I'm exhausted. Slight whisper, slight whisper. What the hell? It's the neighbor again. That was an eerie CG. He didn't see it. This guy just keeps not seeing things. Guess I just imagined it. This guy's got dead ghost girls crawling out of the mirror. Is that a crack forming on the wall too? There's a crack forming on the wall between the don't look and the paw prints. This haunting isn't doing as much as Kaneko and the Hiroshima woman, but it's unsettling. I feel much better now, says the most oblivious man in the world. Time to have the drink I bought earlier. I sit on my bed and drink a nata di coco au lait. The au lait tastes good, but most of the nata di coco is stuck to the bottom of the can. Oh well, then shake it up some. Also, I thought it was bottles. Oh well. Finally, time to relax. Alright, time to read for a bit. Huh? Something's up with this room. He's finally noticed. Looks like something's out of place. Well, the blinds are open. When did that happen? Is a gun still in here? Nothing wrong with that. Spirit of martial arts always comes in handy. Cum tissues. I can have a lot more. My CDs are still here. That's not just a crack on there. It looks like there's a big rectangle forming here. Like this entire panel of wall is ready to come off. It wants us to not look inside this crack. We're going to look inside the crack. Something's written super tiny on here. What does it say? Don't look. What's this? The writing's creepy enough, but the wallpaper by the words is stained and peeling. Is there something underneath? Should I peel off the wallpaper? We're going to lose a deposit. A bloodstain. A bloodstain on my own apartment. So it's not a crack peeking into the neighbors. What if Rose is right? What if there was something really grim that happened in my own apartment that's attracting things? I figured it was just the Kakuya games that was making us investigate haunts and then we get haunted and then those ghosts come back here. But what if there is an incident that's attracting ghosts to me? And that's why Kakuya's taken an interest in me in the first place. That don't look. The voice of the phone's the same thing. Please don't look inside. So was that shadow we saw at Mikuru residence? I told you not to look. Just reject the call. Not very smart, buddy. Though we should touch the stains. Blood in the tree, he could probably see something. It looks like old blood, and if that's not, then the handprints on the side definitely are blood. The calls won't stop, and it's getting on my nerves. I'm pulling out the battery. That's not gonna stop it. I turn off my phone and remove the battery. And then unplug the landline. This one too now. Better disconnect this one too. Ignoring the call, I yank the power cord from the outlet. But the ringing doesn't stop. But I unplugged it. Abruptly, the ringing stops, but then the receiver starts to make noise. What the? Ah! The screaming is the same as what we heard at the Moroka residence. The instant splitting headache almost knocks me unconscious. I won't last if I can't get the voice to stop soon. Throw the phone out the window. If it's coming from the phone, what should I do? Turn on music. Escape outside, destroy the phone. Escape outside, destroying the phone's not gonna... Destroying the phone is the answer then, apparently. Shit, I gotta get out of here. Bolting out of the apartment, I scramble to get as far away as possible. But the screams destroying my brain show no sign of stopping. So it is destroy the phone then. My thought of throwing it out the window was probably close to the truth. Maybe it's because the call came from the phone. It's the source. If we destroy it, our brain loses the curse. It's bypassed my ears. The scream is rattling inside my skull. God damn it! And then lukewarm liquid. There's my game over. And hey, at least the screaming stopped. Try again. No last checkpoint to go back to. There's no way we're not going to peel the wallpaper off. You know, this stain also looks like the shadow that was inside the... I guess that's what he meant. So was that shadow we saw at the Moroka residence. He was on the window. I thought it looked like a girl who was hanging with her hair over her face and legs poking out under a skirt. But I guess it can look like a crane's beak and a crane neck and a couple of wings. It's got the things going up. I assume that was her being hanged by the neck to the ceiling. And the hair coming down makes it look like a beak. Arms by her side make it look like wings. I didn't think the shadow looked very much like a crane. This stain is kind of more beakish. But the shadow looked a bit too stubby for me to think the hair was a beak. Come on, give me the destroy phone option. Get me to it. Warning, warning, warning. You know, given that he emulates the Grimm fairy tales to make like a scary version of fairy tales, and doesn't just root for Grimm, also makes versions of like Japanese fairy tales. What if there were the Momotaro motifs in the mask? Dog, pheasant, monkey. There's also a story with cranes, aren't there? Like a crane wife? Suro no Ongaishi? Crane's return of a favor? Crane who returns a favor to a man? A variant of the story where a man marries a crane that returns a favor is known as Suro Nyobo, the crane wife. One of the best known tales in Japan about supernatural and enchanted spouses. I feel like the crane wife might be more relevant here. Man marries a woman who is in fact a crane disguised as a human. To make money, the crane wife plucks her own feathers to weave a silk brocade, to which the man sells, but becomes increasingly ill as she does so. When the man discovers the wife's true identity and the nature of her illness, devastated by the truth, he demands her to stop. She responds that she's been doing it for love, for them. Love exists without sacrifice, but he is wrong. He who lives without sacrifice for someone else does not deserve to be with the crane. I don't think that's it. What about Crane returns a favor? Man saves a crane when shot down by hunters. That night a woman appears by the man's door, tells him he is his wife. He's not wealthy enough to support them, but she tells him she has a bag of rice that will fill their stomachs. The rice never goes out of the sack, always stays full. Next day she tells the man he's going to a room to make something. He's not going to come in until she's finished. 7 days passed. Finally comes out the beautiful piece of clothing, but she's very skinny. Tells her to go to the market the next morning and sell this for a very large price. Comes back home, tells her he sold it for a good price, and they're now wealthy. Wife goes back to the room. Once again, don't come until she's finished. Curiosity takes over and she peeks in. Don't look, don't look, don't look, the peeking taboo. Realizing the woman is the crane whom he saved. The crane sees a man has found out her true identity. She cannot stay there anymore and flies away to never come back. Related variations. Copper pheasant's wife, bird wife, fox wife, clam wife. Clam wife! Woman mysteriously appears at his doorway. They become married. The wife cooks the husband a delicious bean soup each day. He peeks in under cooking. Discovers she's urinating clam juice into the soup, so he chases her away. So, the wife isn't physically a clam, she's urinating clam juice. That sounds like a euphemism. The fish wife, the snake wife. Okay, alright, fine. I'll smash the phone with my fists. Break, damn it! Break! Damn, he smashed that thing. I punched the phone over and over, bearing the pain, and by the time the phone's lost its shape, The screaming's already stopped. Now I gotta buy a new one. I'm really not gonna keep my deposit after all this. Somehow I escaped. That screaming. Is it the spirit from the Moroku residence? Nothing else better happen for the rest of the night. I think after this, it's safe to say that tomorrow is definitely going to be the final leg of the investigation. Crisis averted. I suck in a deep breath. Man, am I exhausted. Shit. I need to rest before I clean this mess. Collapsing onto my bed, I quickly feel my consciousness fading away. Can't keep my eyes open. And then sleep, and then we get to save. Now, Saturday, 14th of August. The sun sets and the meeting time approaches, but unfortunately for you all, that is going to have to be where I call it for tonight. 6 hours of ghostly investigations is plenty. So, I think that is a very fine place to head off. Because like I said, I got a cat I have to give a walk to. Gotta do some cooking. So let me see who's online. MP's playing UFO 50. JC's playing I Wanna Be the Guy. I think he was playing Boshi earlier this year or last year. No, Piano D Rust. So he is playing a variation of it, because I remember him playing against that piano. He's still at that! Because that's exactly what I remember him playing the last time too. You know what? Why don't we give old JC a raid then? And see if he could surmount this obstacle. Actually, we'll come back tomorrow for this, because Fenix got the day off. Today's Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday, so tomorrow's Thursday. We got a shot to do then. A shot, maybe some shopping, may or may not. So I guess we'll come back to the mansion on Friday then. So look forward to that. Stick around for the raid. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care.